Call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, October the 28th, 2025. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. It is a regular meeting of the Commissioners Court of Hood County, Texas. Today we're very pleased to have with us Bishop Mark Patton of the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints to give us the invocation. Bishop.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we ask Thee to bless us with Thy Spirit in this room today, that we can have of Thy wisdom to make decisions, that we can help the people of Granbury. We ask Thee to bless this Commissioner's Court, that we can always have Thy Spirit to be with us, and that we can always remember to follow Thee and the teachings of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. And we say these things humbly this day in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
First business we have today is some service awards, and the first award is Alexander Webb for 5 years.
He worked last night, so.
Not here, huh? Working hard. That's good. Okay, we'll give him another award for working hard. All right, the next one. Oh, Leanne McCoy. I'm so tired of seeing her get here. If everybody last year see the big gavel she got a gavel this big from the state treasurers, recognizing her as one of the outstanding treasurers in the whole state of Texas. And so now she gets another award for 10 years. Let's give Miss Leanne McCoy a big round of applause, please. Stand in front. Come here. Here. How about right there?
Yes, sir.
I'm not as pretty as Miss Madrano, the state treasurer, was here. Tell your husband, don't be jealous. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, 12. Okay. Okay, so we have 12 citizens' comments at large, so how many minutes of that apiece? Christine, 30 divided by 12? 2 minutes and 30 seconds? Okay. So speak fast. Today we got 12. So this is the citizens' comments at large. Those of you who filled out a public participation form. And the first speaker is Patrick Steinberger. Patrick? Good morning.
Thank you, folks. I'm talking about primarily the roads project bond that's being put out. I don't know how many of you have been getting inundated with flyers, but we live out in the country at the end of a dirt road, and I get these, seems like
Sir,
twice a day.
Speaking to the,
yes.
Pull the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you
All
go.
right.
Good.
I don't know how many of you get these flyers, but we live at the end of a dirt road. We've been getting, every time I turn around, there's another flyer dropped off. We've been trying to figure out how this happens. and it's the 2025 Hood County Bond Program Political Action Committee is who's listed as funding these. We don't have a political action committee against the bonds, I guess. So it's more of a grassroots. We've lived here now for 40 years, have raised 3 kids, gone through everything in Granbury and Hood County. I was on the school board for 12 years, so we've been a part of this. My wife started the SEALs swim team 35 years ago. So we've been part of the community. We've enjoyed the growth. We've been although they can't put it in writing until March. He said that's been decided that it will be, it's not going to be the Fall Creek Way out of Pecan, that it's going to be 167. He explained how that would be done, which is nice. We had one meeting with about 15 neighbors, and that got moved that quickly. It's kind of odd, though, that they studied this. Obviously, they put millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands into planning these road programs. And then after one meeting, they decided that one project, one of those would go away totally. It would not be built up through Fall Creek area, that it would now just be the 167 changes. He said that cannot be put in writing yet. He said until March but he said, believe me, that's going to happen. So we're here to believe it, but on the vote that'll happen soon, that's not going to be written down till then. So that's one of a big concern, that we have that much influence that quickly on something that's been planned for years, but it can't be put in writing before the vote takes place. So we're being asked to support a major bond issue. We've not been able to pass school bonds in recent years, but it seems we need roads. We need more roads. 377 is being taken care of. We learned last night that is separate from that. The 377 building and improvements are already being done, are on the table. So that is happening with independent of this vote, independent of this bond issue. I think and I was here a number of times previously when the Hood County, now the Fort Worth YMCA was up for issue here, and we've been part of that discussion for a long time now. And we put a lot of faith in the government here, thinking that would not be sold to Fort Worth. And really the Hood County YMCA name should probably be changed to the Fort Worth YMCA, because that's who owns it, runs it, manages it. The swim team that was founded here 35 years ago has not been able to be in the pool for the last 4 months. There's been reasons out of Fort Worth for them not to be able to do this. So I don't have a lot of trust that we're going to put $187 million out and just trust to see where it goes.
Well, thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Hodges.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've come before you as a citizen. I'm a resident of Precinct 2, and my family owns property in Precinct 3. I'm a third-generation Hood County resident. Grew up here. I love Hood County. It's a place I want to spend the rest of my life. It's my dream place. And I come before you today. While I wasn't involved in any of your thoroughfare planning meetings, I'm engaged at this point, and you will be hearing from me. I want to be involved with you in this process. I am going to tell you that I'm against Proposition B wholeheartedly. I believe that it fillets the county open for development. I'm not against growth or development at all. I make my living from growth and development. But I see this Proposition B as filleting the county open for development. It's a fast track to get us to be a Plano or an Arlington or someplace else. And I'm going to go over with you why I think we're on the wrong path. Number one, loss of open space and our natural character. So Hood County's, we've got rivers, mesas, forests, prairies, beautiful places, attracts families of all sorts, businesses and visitors alike. Tourists come here because of these things. And I think the new roads that are on the plan, I'm not talking about existing routes, the new routes that are proposed, which there are several, I believe carve right through some of these beautiful places that we have. It's going to change the character. The water quality. We already know Lake Granbury water quality is not the greatest. Just go, take a dip in it and look at it. We've always talked about it growing up. This is not going to make it any better to build all of these new roads and to develop in the way that we're proposing. We know that water quality impacts come directly from impervious surfaces like roads. Dark skies. We love our dark skies at night. We have star parties here. Well, you can kiss those goodbye, to some degree when you look at all the roads that are being planned, the way that where they're being planned, the new routes. Air quality. We have 43 ozone days in 2024. We know that emissions from cars produce the particulates that contribute to those ozone days. Roads are going to bring more traffic. Wildlife habitat. We know that these new roads are cutting through areas that are wide open now for wildlife. They're going to fragment the habitat that's there. Noise pollution. We've heard a lot about noise pollution. Probably going to hear more about it. I hear it every day along the river. I hear the humdrum coming down the riverbed. It's there. I'm impacted already. Roads are going to bring more noise. Traffic congestion. A lot of proponents of these roads say, oh, we're going to solve the traffic problem. Well, go ask people in the Metroplex if those big roads solved all their traffic problems. Roads will bring more traffic, more congestion. Those new lanes will fill up, eventually causing the need for more roads. It's a treadmill. Walkability. Granbury and Hood County scores a 3 out of 100 in terms of walkability. I don't see any trail systems planned, any corridors, any linkages for pedestrians or bicycles. Public safety. I'm sorry, but more connectivity means a greater opportunity for crime. It just does. Look at the studies. Groundwater strain. The majority of our water comes from wells, and we really need to get serious at a county level, in my opinion, about preserving open space that will enhance the preservation of our groundwater for the next generation.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next speaker is Jessica Hall.
Today, I'm angry. I'm angry on behalf of the county, the commissioners, and this community. Yesterday evening, while listening to the Mara Bitcoin operation full speed ahead, I read some disturbing news published in an article by the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Apparently, earlier in the day, this corporation filed a lawsuit against our local county officials. I'd like to take a second here to encourage our county commissioners and judge. No company in this county owns you. You are not beholden to them. You are here to serve Hood County, the whole county, and no corporation has the right to dictate to you how to do your job. In this news article, Mara also alleged that the topic of incorporating Mitchell Bend was removed from the public meeting agenda, and only those who supported incorporation were allowed to speak. So I guess some companies are too unbelievably stupid to realize that at Commissioner's Court, the open comment period is just that. It's open to the public to speak on anything they wish. If a company doesn't want to show up and speak, that's their own fault. They are solely to blame for their own ignorance and inaction, not the public and not this court. We, the residents and the citizens here, have a right to free speech under the law. This includes speaking on any and all county issues. I pray God's protection over all of you and that His will be done here. Thank you.
Brian Crawford.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brian Crawford. My wife Laura and I own and reside 118 acres in western Somervell County in the Paluxy River Valley. Our property is called the Rockin' Oaks Ranch. I am, full disclosure, from Somervell County, but no one checked my passport when I came in the door. A portion of our northwest fence line is along the Somervell County and Hood County line. Along the same fence line, we share approximately 1/4 mile with the Sidebar S Ranch. The Sidebar S is currently under contract to be sold to a developer named Sailfish Investors, led by managing partner Ryan Hughes. It is our understanding the site is the proposed location of a massive multi-campus data center, which will potentially include dozens of very large buildings housing data servers and all associated ancillary support equipment. To power the data center, the site is also a proposed location of a new gas-fired electric power plant called NRG Toller Power Center. At present, NRG has already submitted a request for an air quality report with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. The proximity of this proposed project is extremely concerning to us, as it is to all of our neighbors who have chosen to live a peaceful existence in the beautiful Paluxy River Valley. This project, if approved, will have profound and direct negative impact on our property, our way of life, and the health and well-being of us, our animals, and native wildlife. We bought our property in November of 2017 with the goal of making it our retirement home. We retired from our respective careers in the spring of 2021, and it is now our full-time home. Our ranch is home to an abundance of wildlife. We maintain a 100% organic garden with fresh vegetables and fruit, and we have honeybees. The Rockin' Oaks Ranch, we raise scimitar horned oryx. These are beautiful animals that you may have seen also at Fossil Rim. Our property is scattered with beautiful centuries-old live oak trees. Live oak trees are a treasured resource in Texas that live a very fragile existence due to the spreading scourge of oak wilt. Widespread construction and removal of trees on the proposed building site will create a huge risk to all live oak trees in the area. Only 3 or 4 miles from this proposed site is Dinosaur Valley State Park. The state park is the home and known breeding ground for endangered golden cheek warbler. The mix of ash juniper and the oak woodlands are a crucial breeding habitat for the warbler. The golden cheek warbler, which is on the federal endangered species list, solely breeds in our central Texas habitat.
Mr. Crawford, your time's up. I'm sorry. Judy Ingram.
Good morning. My name is Judy Ingram. I am a neighbor of Brian and Laura Crawford. I, too, bought land in 2017 to come to a rural area where deer, elk, I go outside, I listen to the elk, I listen to the red deer, cattle, horses, beautiful area. And it's going to be, I'm also, let me stop there. My career has been a certified general residential and commercial real estate appraiser. I've also been a real estate broker since 1988. I know the market. I know what's going to happen with this air permit, the same topic here, the NRG Toller. This air permit is granted. It's going to deflate. Our property values will plummet. Not only will the property values, but the sellability. People aren't going to want to come where we have enjoyed for so many years, sitting outside, listening to the wildlife, the birds migrating above. The local businesses are going to be hurt because Granbury and Glenrose are destination. Everybody knows that. They come to get away from the city, to get away from the pollution, the noise pollution. We've already got the Bitcoin mine. People are just, we just need the tranquil environment that we moved into. This is our retirement home. And to see it being destroyed, potentially destroyed by more air pollution, the noise pollution. And again, my statement is basically on the values and the marketability of the properties anywhere around. I researched, and if that air quality permit is issued for the NRG, Immediately within 5 miles, any real estate out there within 5 miles can be affected at least by 10%, and that's just the external obsolescence, which is the deflation of value from an exterior source, being this. I understand growth and progress. I'm not opposed to it, but why would something be put in a rural area where people have worked all their life to be able to afford to live there and enjoy the whole purpose of that area? It's just been God's creation. And that's basically what I had to say. So thank you very much.
Next speaker is Richard Hayes.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. You may recall that 11 months ago on November 26, 2024, you honored 2 local firefighters for their wonderful save of a 2-year-old child from an apartment fire. This morning, those 2 firefighters, Brian Saratelli of Granbury Volunteer Fire Department and Jonathan Head of Northwood County Volunteer Fire Department, appeared on the TV show Fox and Friends, where they were interviewed about that save. They did a wonderful job of presenting not just their local fire departments, but all volunteer firefighters throughout our nation. Now, I think you'll agree with me, we have great volunteer fire departments in this county. All 9 of them work together, train together, and are ready to serve the members of the community selflessly and without hesitation. It takes a lot of things to make a great fire department. We have the good men and women who are dedicated and ready to respond to the alarm, but they need other things. They need stations, they need equipment, they need training. And thank you for providing the support for their equipment, for their training, for their stations, to make sure they're available and ready to serve our community. It is with your support that we have a great community. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tina Brown.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you for putting the pulled items, telling the public that you're pulling certain items so that they can leave early if it's not. But I think you need to amend it, because I was contacted by several people about the last court. The very first item was pulled, and they didn't know. And they didn't know, and they didn't get a chance to speak. So maybe if you can amend that and say it at the beginning, because they were not given, they could have had an opportunity to speak in open comments if they'd known ahead of time that it was going to be pulled. So either that, or just ask those people who have signed up to speak on a pulled item if they'd like to speak in open comments, because those people did not get to speak at the last court. Thank you.
Good. Next speaker is Daniel Lakey.
Representative County. So you hear a lot about everything that's coming. We've been talking about this for months. Yesterday, the Marathon filed to get rid of an election. They really don't understand it, so they're using 8 residents as trying to understand. I'm going to ask you to please try to hire outside counsel to protect our county, protect our voting rights, and protect our citizens. That bill was actually in an email that he sent to one of the plans, and so I think that we would be best to have outside counsel. Marathon filed was in district court, federal district court, rather than state court, which is what it should be, because they have attorneys that are all former federal prosecutors, and their home is federal court. So they're asking you guys to come to their area and use our attorneys to fight in an area they have on both ends. This is an opportunity to stand up for everybody in Granbury County. Marathon is here. A lot of the other ones that people have talked about are not yet. But when they get here, if there's a problem, do you think that they're going to let you make changes? Do you think they're going to be good neighbors? Do you think they're going to do the right thing? Or do you think that they're going to try to roll us over, roll us into federal court, and take advantage of every citizen of the fight against Marathon. All we're asking is to vote so that we can have a city, so that we can control the noise in our own neighborhood. That's all we're asking for, and they are taking this to federal court to stop it. Think about that. $1 billion company, all the press that says we can't do anything, we couldn't do anything. They're trying to dig in for every other Bitcoin mine, every other data center, every other power plant that wants to come into Hood and Somerville County. They're trying to let you know they are going to fight to keep you in. They're here, the other ones are not. We got to do what we can to make sure that let you know that you can't come into Hood County.
The next speaker is Keith Ringler.
Good morning. My name is Keith Ringler. Me and my wife reside in Somerville County. But I'm here because I think we have some common interests. I'm here to just give you some comments for food for thought that affect both of our counties. As we all know, there's a lot happening right now. You all have a data center and a power plant that are trying to move into the area. We also have a data center that is trying to move into the area. We also have a planned transmission line, which will be one of the biggest in the United States. The towers will be around 300 feet high. It's going to border your county, and some of it may be in the county, I don't know. But the way I look at this is you have a choice, my county has a choice. You all have won national awards for tourism, and rightly so. Your downtown is a beautiful place. You have a beautiful lake. You have a lot to be proud of, but I don't think you can have both. You are looking at a quarter, if you get a map out, you're looking from the Bitcoin facility all the way west to Highway 51. It'll be nothing but huge industrial complexes. I live in Biloxi Valley, where the Biloxi River runs through. We are not in, you guys already face the problem of out of compliance for air quality, as one of the speakers said earlier. We're not, but we will be, and it won't be of our making, it will be the power plant in your county. My wife did some research. We're birders. There was one day last week where there was 465,000 birds migrate through this area. That's according to Cornell University. They're probably the biggest experts on that subject. It's a major migration route for the monarch butterfly. But like I say, I'm just here to give you guys food for thought. I don't think you can have both because these are major developments. You're going to lose your tourism. And what do we love more than an attractive place to live? You're just going to be another industrial area. So thank you for my time.
Thank you. Bradley Morgan.
My name is Bradley Morgan. I'm part of the Juan family, which has been in this community forever. My grandfather has been out there in Biloxi since the 1800s. We are one of the last families in that community that's been around forever. I came here today not asking but begging that you listen to the hearts of people here about not allowing that NRG toller to be built in that area. My parents have both had cancer. They have lung issues. The pollution emitted from that thing, and this is done for research from energy plants, will put that in the same amount of pollution as 850,000 cars traveling in this area in 1 year. It will destroy that area. The sound emitted from that, and I thought about bringing that exact tone in here and set it here and let you listen to it while I spoke for 2.5 minutes, just to let you hear the irritant of it. Cattle, horses hear a different frequency we do. It will destroy the milk production. There's not very many dairies in that area anymore. It'll destroy the production of livestock. If you look around America, cattle prices are really high because of what? Because there's a shortage of cattle. It'll limit that production. Where are they going to get the water? We fought off many, many years ago. We fought off when they were trying to dam up Palexa River. We won because they realized that, hey, that's the last free-flowing river. Let's do something to save it. Light pollution. How many people have been in the Palexa Valley and sat there and studied and looked at the stars, watched the comets come across, watched space station come across? You will never see that again because of the light pollution. How many car clubs, bicycle clubs, motorcycle clubs travel through that area that will never do it again because of the windy roads of the Palexa Valley? We've raised cattle. We've raised families. Pecans. I heard my grandfather got 10,000 pounds of pecans 1 year. I'm like, how in the world did you pick that? By his kids that were there, crawling on their hands and knees between two ropes. I ask you to save the Palexa Valley. It's not an industrial park. Put it where they live. Put it in the cities. Make them do it there. Don't destroy Palexa Valley. It will never be the same. I brought in something. I told the guys at the front, I wanted to watch their face when I brought it in. And it's a piece of history that you cannot replace. Somerville County, they have the dinosaur tracks. Paluxy, has the dinosaurs. This is a mammoth tooth that come off my land, the Juan family land, the Pony Creek. We've been told many times, the rest of it is there. Are you going to allow a plant to come in to destroy history? God's creation? It's up to you. We need your help to fight it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Josh Ray.
Morning. I just want to come and speak about the proposed Amazon plant or data center that's going to be going in over off Pinkard Court. Anyways, that's just right by my property. That's less than a mile from my house. I'm not sure whose idea this was, and I'm not quite sure why this would be done behind the scenes without the input from the residents. You know, and also it really upsets me that you know, you guys have, what, 2 meetings a month, and you can't extend public comments by 30 minutes to give me a full 5 minutes when it comes to my property, that you guys are fixing to uproot me, make my life miserable as hell. Because why? It's obviously not because of the money. If it is, the property taxes on that place wouldn't be, they wouldn't be valued at $550 an acre. My property's valued at $50,000 an acre. So it's not about money. If it is about money, why do you guys charge me $20 a month or a year to file my septic inspection? That's $20 on me. That was $20 that you guys voted unanimously, or not unanimously, behind the scenes, to impose on residents of Hood County. But you want to give a business that profits $60 billion a year tax abatements? What about us? Out of all this stuff, where are the negotiations to take care of the citizens of Hood County? All you care about is padding the books of the county. What about padding our pockets? I'm 47 years old. You think I want to go sign another 30-year mortgage and pay on my house until I'm 77 years old? I got an idea. How about the commissioners from precinct 1 and 3 chip in some of their money and invest in the property over there in precinct 2? If it's not going to affect our value or do anything to us. I'm supposed to retire there. I got 4 dead animals buried out in my backyard that me and my wife and my grandkids go out and look at. And there's no compensation talked about to benefit any of us. What, are we just supposed to live with it because we chose to live in Hood County? I think you guys got to do a better job protecting us. You know, not on top of that, about the 300 acres that they're going to rip up and destroy all the land. Where's all these animals going to go, these critters, these wildlife? I mean, we already have all that out there. So, but anyways, I don't want to take up any more of your time, and sorry if I went over by a second.
The last speaker is Chris Davis.
Good morning, Chris Davis from Tulare, Texas. I came again to encourage you to check out the reality of what is ahead of us with this and the unintended consequences. And last time when I spoke, I encouraged you to maybe check with a commissioner in Taylor County, see how it's going over there. So I did that. Yesterday I called a commissioner in Taylor County. He told me he was the only one who had voted against it. And he said it's in his precinct, and he goes, it's incredible. He said there's over 10,000 workers there every 24-hour period, usually about 7,000 during the daytime and about 3,700 workers at night. That's 10 times the population of Tulare. That's almost the population of Granbury. He said there's 400 gravel trucks per day delivering to the site. It's creating traffic congestion, traffic safety issues, and total frustration on the part of the residents because of what it's doing to their roads. He said that the hotel prices are inflated, that you can't get a hotel room there now. He said there are RV parks being constructed. One of them is going to be a 150-acre RV park with 2,400 spaces. That sounds huge to me. He said that the abatement that they gave was 80% for 10 years and then a 10-year extension that was granted by the county. And he said after that was done, then the corporate attorneys came in to draft the tax abatement agreement. That sounds to me like the fox coming into the hen house to plan the menu. He also told me that in his office every day he gets 25 to 50 calls of constituents complaining regarding this project and how the strain that it is putting on their quality of life. And I just want to encourage you to truly count the cost to our quality of life. This sounds bigger than we can even imagine. And what is it going to really do to our economy? As was pointed out, we're a tourist destination. But if people can't get motel rooms, if there's noise, if there's traffic congestion, worse than it already is, or in certain areas, the Biloxi down Highway 51 is a beautiful area. Sledge Distillery is down there. That's a great little venue to visit. It's even family friendly. And I just think that we want to encourage you to do your due diligence and to really count the cost for the citizens that you represent that elected you to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the open mic portion. We're now going to the miscellaneous business. And item number 1 is discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the resolution approving the county grant program year 2026 for the Texas Department of Agriculture Texans Feeding Texans Home Delivered Meal Grant Program for Hood County senior citizens. Is there anyone here from the senior citizens here today? Y'all want to come up here and say something about this? I know this is something that we do every year, right, Heather?
This proclamation will allow us to apply for the 2026 grant from the Department of Agriculture. And if approved, it will bring in $33,000 to supplement our home delivered meal program.
That mic on?
Yes.
Okay.
I just wasn't close enough, maybe. Like I said, if this proclamation is required for us to apply, and then if approved, it will bring in additional $33,000 for a home delivered meal program. So it is definitely important and vital, especially this year.
And so, yes, we do that every year too. Okay. Do I hear a motion? Thank you very much. Thank y'all for all y'all do. Y'all feed a lot of senior citizens and a lot of everybody else. Y'all do a fabulous job. Thank y'all very much.
I'll
Do I hear
move
a
to
motion?
authorize the county judge to sign the resolution approving the county grant program year 2026 for the Texas Department of Agriculture Texans Feeding Texans Home Delivered Meal Grant Program for Hood County Senior Center.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson, authorize the county judge to sign the resolution for the grant program of Texans Feeding Texans, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, ladies, for coming down. Item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to reappoint Kaylee Greer as a Hood County Local Rabies Control Authority. Got Kelly Kirk, the sheriff, and I assume we got Kaylee Greer here, correct? Well, you're in good company here, Kaylee. That's all I can say. Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Well, just every year we got to file this and have you sign off on it. So we want to reappoint Kaylee Greer for the Hood County Local Rabies Control Authority. So
That's very important. If you ever got bit by a rabies dog, you know how important it is. So do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we reappoint Kaylee Greer as the Hood County Local Rabies Control Authority.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to reappoint Kaylee Greer as the Hood County Local Rabies Control Authority, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. You're doing a good job. You want to say something? You don't? Thank you, Kelly Clark, for all you do. Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, item number 3, discuss and take appropriate action to declare legal counsel to be determined as the most qualified firm to provide legal counsel and legal services related to the review and assessment of any proposed agreements to Hood County under chapters 380 to 381 of the Texas Local Government Code, including but not limited to abatement agreements under chapter 312 of the Texas Tax Code, and to assist the Commissioners Court in developing a policy statement and guidelines for 381 agreements to be drafted and implemented by the Commissioners Court, and to review Hood County's current tax abatement policy for 312 agreements, and to authorize the county judge to sign such an agreement for said services not to exceed an amount to be determined by the Commissioners Court from an account to be determined and recommended by the county auditor. Commissioner Eagle, you put that on here, so if you want to say something.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about the long-windedness of the, do we have speakers?
Yes, we do.
Then if they want to go, if it's all right with me if they want to go ahead and speak, then I'll make my comments afterwards.
Okay, the first speaker is Jessica Hall.
So I support you seeking outside legal counsel. First, local agreement code 381 requires no less than 7 members of the Industrial Commission under the 381.001 item B, and only 5 members for the Development Board to manage funds. So if you could please discuss and clarify this issue. Next, in 2021, Hood County entered into a 381 agreement with Luminant, the De Cordova BES. Luminant would invest $136 million for battery assets and add 11 whole jobs. In exchange, the county would give a 70% property tax rebate for the first year, decreasing this rebate each year until the end of contract. This company made no concessions or considerations for the benefit of the public's health, safety, or well-being. This massive property tax rebate was given all so we can have a noisy and potentially toxic battery energy storage system. This county literally invested money solely for lithium batteries at the end of the day, for which you enforced no fire safety standard. Chapter 381 agreements are very problematic for several reasons. One, these agreements create loopholes that subvert the existence of the Chapter 312 and the transparency measures and limits included within. Chapter 381 agreements do not require public meetings to be held prior to the authorization of an agreement. As such, there is potential for agreements to be made with little to no public input. 3, the length of the agreements can extend well into 60 to 70 years. This type of agreement can make it extremely difficult to recoup costs incurred by the county for providing these economic incentives and the growing demand on public services. Some counties in Texas have never been able to make up for what they've lost. Before entering into any 381 agreement, we must have protective measures in place to protect our county. Those are as follows. Require public notice and public hearing for any future 381 agreement with a notice period between 14 to 30 days before public hearing, published in the newspaper with a copy being sent to other taxing entities. The county must put in place a mechanism in which the third-party lawyer used by the county cannot file as a co-applicant on behalf of the business seeking a 381 agreement. And then last, require any company seeking a 381 to give a presentation before the Commissioner's Court with location and property details. We, the public, are asking for transparency and accountability regarding all of the above. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is David Ferris.
Or just moving. Hello, my name is David Ferris, and this one's going to be easy for me. I don't think I'll need even the 46 seconds left on the minute. I just wanted to talk briefly about this one. I remember from the last meeting, the discussions were that there was one pretty expensive law firm you were aware of in Austin, and you were looking for others. I reached out to my son and his partner's law firm, which does a whole lot of commercial development litigation on both sides of it, to see what he did about 380, 381. He says they don't really do that, but he does have two firms, if you're interested in names. One of them is in Austin that was, he grew up, went to college with him, and does a whole lot of the 380, 381 in Austin. I don't know if it's the same firm you knew there. And another one locally that he also uses for those kind of things. If you would like the information, you can point me to somebody to hand it to, and they can call me if they would like to discuss with my son about, what his recommendations are and knowledge of them, or call them directly. So it's just information. So if anybody wants to point the direction, or contact me if you need it. Okay.
Mr. Ferris, go ahead and bring it up here. I mean, it's going to be discussed right now, so.
Oh, okay.
I think.
I don't know if that's the same firm that you know about in Austin.
Okay, the next speaker is Richard Hayes.
Good morning again. I commend you for reaching out for outside counsel on such a complex issue. You may recall I worked for much of my career for a Fortune 100 company, and they had lots of attorneys with very narrow specialties. And they relied on even outside counsel when they needed it for very specific instances. Tax abatements serve a number of potential purposes. One is to attract businesses that create jobs or investment in the community. Another is to place limits on development. We know that the county doesn't have a lot of zoning control or control over development within the county, but sometimes you can use it as a carrot to get firms to limit their development with height or setbacks or leave a portion of their property undeveloped. But again, as Commissioner Eagle so eloquently said last meeting, this is a complex issue and one that needs an expertise to know what to do and to get the advice and counsel on what's possible and how we should proceed. So I commend you for taking this step to bring in outside counsel. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Greg Harrell.
Exactly 1 week ago, on Tuesday of last week, Commissioners Samuelson, Commissioners Andrews, and I took a field trip over to the Lancium project, the so-called Stargate project in Taylor County. Those folks were engaged, and they have a 381 agreement in place. And during the conduct of our tour, which was conducted by Sheriff Ricky and his Chief Deputy Craig, one of the things that stood out in my mind was they felt like they were the victims there in Taylor County of a bait and switch, even though they had the 381 agreement in place. In other words, what they felt like had happened in Taylor County was they had been told one scale and scope of development, and what they were experiencing in Taylor County was something that was completely different and probably was not covered by the original 381 agreement. So I want to encourage Hood County, this Commissioner's Court, to definitely engage in some kind of outside counsel. I also want to say and warn you that even with the engagement of an outside counsel that specializes in this, as we are experiencing right now with Marathon, the agreement may be insufficient to protect Hood County. It will certainly be insufficient to protect Hood County during the conduct of the construction phase of any data center that goes on in southwest Hood County. What we saw over there in Taylor County was something that is very difficult for me to describe, but all of the previous speakers during the open comments, all of those concerns, you can take those concerns, and for the portion of the construction, during the construction period of any project, you can forget about any kind of peace and quiet in Hood County. I'm telling you, it's going to be bad, and it's going to exceed anybody's imagination. The only thing that I can compare it to in terms of my context is what we saw, what I used to see in massive mining operations in Arizona. I mean, there is dust, there's trucks, there are people, there are the spill out concerns of the construction project itself. We used to talk about the stars at night are big and bright deep in the heart of Texas. Forget about that. Once the construction project begins, there are no stars at night deep in the heart of Hood County. And after that facility is lit up, forget about it. So we're going to have a discussion. I encourage you again to have to engage whatever outside counsel that you can get, and you better get the best, but don't count on that being sufficient to protect the good people of Hood County, the historic nature of Hood County, the recreational nature of Hood County, the peace of Hood County. All of that goes away once we see a project like Stargate come to Hood County. So I'm just asking you to take that into account. Oh, and by the way, I have read the 381 agreement. You can tell that the 381 agreement, as it is written, is intentionally written to be confusing, to be contradictory in terms of its own nature. I mean, it's definitely written by attorneys, and it is obviously written to provide a lot of loopholes, a lot of outs. And one of the things that to keep in mind is that these attorneys, these corporate attorneys, these guys have, well, they work for their corporations. Corporations have absolutely no conscience. They have no soul. They have no emotions. Corporations respond to create shareholder value, and the people be danged. This is what we're experiencing with Marathon. I would caution you to be very careful as you invite these large corporations into Hood County. We need to, and unfortunately, Texas, we just don't have the statutory authority to prevent a lot of this, but please be careful. Thank you.
You're not implying that lawyers are tricky, are you? Next speaker is Dr. Harold Grenick.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, and I'll be brief. This item 3 seems very convoluted, as though it's written by a lawyer, and I think it was written by a lawyer. It makes sense to hire a good law firm to look at this issue, but I wouldn't abdicate. I think this should be voted out or separated into 2 parts. One is to hire the firm, get their opinion, look at it, but not abdicate and say that whatever they say will then be signed. I think that it should then come back to a workshop or something so the members of the community can then speak on that, on the issues that the law firm has said, and then it be decided whether to approve it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Sutton.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. First, I'd like to start off with a big thank you to each of y'all for the great leadership and teamwork you demonstrated in getting Proposition A and B on the ballot. Thank you. Regarding item number 3, I think Commissioner Eagle deserves an award for having maybe the longest run-on sentence in the world, not just in Hood County, but all Commissioners Court in Texas. It's great, Dave. I appreciate it. There's probably at least 4 issues that need to be discussed, addressed individually. As a conservative and as a taxpayer, there was one red flag that I would like to mention, and it's probably the last part of this sentence, to authorize the county judge to sign such an agreement for said services not to exceed an amount to be determined by the Commissioners Court from an account to be determined, recommended by the county auditor. As a conservative and as a taxpayer, probably some perimeters should be set on that. And I know that this court would do that. I believe that tax abatements should be a synonym for investments for the citizens of Hood County to benefit their safety and well-being, not just for today, but for the future. Thank you.
Commissioner Eagle, may I say something since you want to have the speakers say something first? Okay. I'd like to read in line with what you have said, Mr. Harold, and what you have said, Dr. Grenick, and what I've told the court several times before. I have been looking for an attorney to represent the county in this matter. I have reached out and I've contacted the TAC lawyer, which is Allison McGee and Bass. I've talked to David Iglesias. I've talked to my contacts that are judges and appellate judges in Dallas, Texas, to see if they had some real qualified legal power on the power with Jackson Walker and the Winstead firm. These are big law firms, folks. I think I found one on Thursday afternoon, and I contacted this firm. It's Bracewell, formerly known as Bracewell Patterson. To give you an idea of who they are, they only have offices in Austin, Dallas, Dubai, Houston, London, New York, Paris, San Antonio, Seattle, Washington, D.C. They are an A++ law firm. They used to be known as Bracewell Patterson. They now just go by Bracewell. But I contacted this lady that was an expert in this field. Her name is Blakely Fernandez. And this is what she wrote to me, and I received this late Friday afternoon. And I sent a copy of this to all the commissioners and to Matt Mills and Alan Quine of our county attorney's office. She writes, "Dear Judge Massengill, thank you for your call about the economic activity underway in Hood County. I am delighted to share my resume and a firm engagement letter with you, both of which are attached. As we discussed on economic development matters, we, that means her law firm, have instituted a structure to protect the county from exhaustive legal fees. Generally, when a proposal reaches the county, we review for completeness, undertake initial conversations with the development team, and prepare an overview of the proposed project for the county. We don't charge for these preliminary steps. If the county has enough interest to learn more about the project, we will present an agreement to the developer, which requires the developer to pay our fees to the county in advance." You like that, Brother Harold? This payment is remitted from the county to Bracewell when the project closes or is terminated. The developer agreement effectively, quote, starts the clock, but does not in any way obligate the county to approve the project. It allows for the next steps to occur. Number one, diligence and briefings. Number two, establishment of a timeline. 3, negotiation of incentive structure, and if appropriate, creation of reinvestment zone. And 5, negotiation of abatement or economic development agreement, including the required hearings and notices. If the item proceeds towards approval, we prepare a comprehensive package for your team with a detailed schedule, language for notices and agendas, and required correspondence to relevant jurisdictions. Our efforts are designed to support your county attorney's office as well as the commissioner's court as you consider proposals. We'll be present for key meetings where information is presented to the public to ensure the discussion is clear and your questions are answered. Again, thank you for considering Bracewell LLP as a partner in your economic development efforts. This is work we enjoy and work we excel at. It would be a pleasure to work with you. Very truly yours, Blake Fernandez. This, ladies and gentlemen, is about as fair as you can get. I like you, Richard Hayes, when you shake your head, yes, I know you work with a lot of Fortune 500 companies. This is what I've been looking for 2 months now to find. And they've attached here, and I've given this agreement in this letter. they've got an engagement letter here that spells out a lot of legal terms. And then there is also attached to this the terms of engagement. And then lastly, there is a resume of Blake Landon Fernandez, who's a partner of Bracewell in the San Antonio office, where she has represented Bexar County, Nueces County, Webb County, Wilson County, Frio County, City of El Paso, City of Laredo, State of Texas, Texas Department of Transportation, the University of Texas System, Hidalgo County Regional Mobility Authority, Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organizations, private water delivery projects, stadiums, refineries, various land developers, multifamily housing developers. This, ladies and gentlemen, if we hire, meaning the Commissioners Court, these people will work with our county attorney's office. And by the way, I've given a copy of this to Mr. Mills and Mr. Quine, and I think that Mr. Mills would welcome this kind of assistance and cooperation, would you, Mr. Mills? So, and they get the developers or the people that are coming up here and trying to build this project, they get them to pay the money to the county to pay for the fees, rather than exhausting our taxpayers' money and looking at this project. I can't tell you how much time I spent trying to find somebody. And trust me, Winstead and Jackson Walker, the attorneys that has pitched us these projects here, they know who Bracewell is. And it's my recommendation that I've given it, we only got this, like I said, Friday afternoon, and the offices were closed, and I didn't know if we were going to get it or not, but I gave it to all the commissioners and to Mr. Mills yesterday. So we just got this. But I think this is what we need. This is what we need on our side that can go toe-to-toe with anybody. Thank you.
First of all, I appreciate the judge's effort in this. This lawyer went to my alma mater, St. Mary's, so I certainly know about Bracewell. So getting back to, first of all, I accept the award for the longest agenda item. And we've been under a time crunch, and I'm not going to bore you with an excuse here, but we've been under a time crunch to get things done. And so I had to do a shotgun approach in my mind to get this on the agenda the way it got on here. So there's two issues, at least, involved here. We've got an agreement that's on the table that we've been looking at, as everybody knows now, which is the Mr. Harrell's read this agreement, other people have. That's one part of this equation. There's another issue as well, and that's to develop a policy for the county for 381 agreements. And we have currently in existence a 381 policy that was signed off in fall of 2018, and it's very outdated, and our county attorney thinks it's still usable, but it's very outdated, and I think we need a refreshment on that. So we need legal counsel to help us with constructing guidelines for 381 agreements. We need to decide if we even want to do 381 agreements. I have likewise reached out to counsel all over the state of Texas. Brazos County, the general counsel there, they have recently done a 381 agreement. Well, recently, 3 or 4 years ago. So they're way ahead of the curve than we are on these types of agreements with data centers. And so I made a broad general statement here because do we want to do a 381 agreement at all? And the Brazos folks have informed me that they've decided they're not doing them anymore. They're just going to do 312 agreements. And I commend Jessica with her comments because she laid it all out very well in her comments about the difference between a 381 and a 312, and she's absolutely right. 381 agreements were legislated in to go around a 312 agreement. It's that simple. And the 312 agreement the agreements are in a corral. There's transparency issue, that requirements, there's a 10-year maximum on them. There's a lot of structure within a 312 agreement under the tax code that does not exist in a 381 agreement under the local government code under the rubric economic development. Well, economic development, according to whom? And we've heard a lot of folks who live here come up to this podium and tell you their version of economic development, and it's sure in agreement with the version we've been presented by the data center. So I do appreciate the judge finding this person, and I'm in agreement with the judge on this for this agreement that's being presented to us. I think we still need to consider maybe another law firm, maybe this one, I don't know. But we also need to consider having help to actually develop a policy for 381 agreements that we can hand to prospective people who want to come in here and say, here's our policy. Don't come back to us with anything that's not within the parameters of this policy. I think that's good business. We don't have that right now. Because that 381 that was signed off, that 381 policy that was signed off in 2018, it really doesn't nail anything down. It's pretty broad. I also appreciate credit where credit's due. So I appreciate Harold Granick's comments. I agree with you there, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, lawyer did write this, but again, I want this discussion on the table. We didn't have that. This has been a rush job. And I think that's all I got for this moment. I'll let somebody else, if wants to speak, go ahead.
I just had a thank you, Judge, for passing this along. And my daughter is also a graduate of St. Mary's, so law school, so great alma mater. I just had a question on
Almost as good as this.
Yeah.
Almost.
So on the scope of engagement, it mentions that they'll help, including negotiations of Section 381 agreements, but it doesn't reference 312. Could we add or 312 there? And then my question was, what about the policy? Because this is just discussing an agreement, whether it's, I hope that 312 or 381, whichever one it is, and then what will we do about getting legal feedback on a policy?
I think that's why we need this law firm to help us get the policy. We got to retain somebody first that really knows the ins and outs.
Can we modify the engagement letter?
That's what I'm saying. Yes,
Okay.
That's what I'd like to do.
Yeah, if I may, I think we're looking at two issues. The issue with this particular agreement or any other agreement that could be walked into the door to present to the Commissioner's Court in an effort to get some sort of tax relief for an entity. This agreement with Bracewell is a good agreement because they're gonna transfer the cost over to the people who want to come in here. I'm fine with that. I think that if they're going to help us develop a policy, we probably are going to need a supplement because they're going to have to charge.
I will call her back and ask her about this.
Yeah,
That's a good thing, and ask her about it, see if that will include that, tell them that we do need that.
And I agree with Commissioner
312.
Samuelson to go ahead and throw 312 just to make sure that I think 312 needs to be
In there.
In
along with
there.
that, yeah. I agree with that. And I call her and ask
We've
her about
agreed
it.
again.
We do
All right.
that. Because I tell you what, I think
minute.
everybody's familiar that if you practice law with the Bracewell firm, and it's like I said, Jackson Walker and Winstead and any other law firm that they get is going to know that this law firm is on a par with them, at least. So that's.
And something I keep bringing up, I do want to get citizen involvement
That's
in
what I'm
this,
saying,
and
and that's
citizen
what they're saying
input.
too.
And
And they
if we
want
get
the
a
public
Yeah, get a
involved in that.
policy in place and put that out for review to see.
And we got two other areas in here that we need to table that about the policy and advisory board on here is to work with this, and we can get with her and maybe get a workshop or something so we could all work together here to get a draft of a letter back to her to say if we could add the 312 to the engagement letter to help us get a policy in line with the negotiations. I'm sure she would be.
I'm just thinking that the policies, while the agreement is that the person or the entity that's submitting a proposal is going to end up paying the policy, they're probably going to have an hourly rate for that.
Well, we'll have to find out. But she does know the ins and outs of this, and we don't know the ins and outs of the 312 and how it works. We've got to have a lawyer to build a policy, the right to go into it. We got to have good legal advice going in to get the 312. So that's what I think we should be doing. I see you shaking your head in agreement there, Mr. Harrell. We're in agreement? I think.
So any action today then?
So do we need to act today, Judge, or should you
need to get the answers that we just addressed, the 312 and the citizen involvement, and let him get answers from that before we go forward with number 3 and the other 3 that dovetail off of, this.
We could get together. I don't mind talking with her, and then we can bring it back next time. Bring it back together and see if she can tell them that we're interested in developing a policy because we don't have one. We'll get the one, see if she can bring it up to date, because that's what she's going to have to negotiate from within, from our perspective here. So I think she would do that. So let's do that. Let's table, what is it, 3
16,
and then
5, 12, and 16.
I'd like to wait on those if you don't mind.
3, 5, 12, and 16.
We're just going
12 and 16 dovetail off of 3.
Well, I think let's take them each one at a time, please.
Okay, well, let me take this one since it's this agenda item I put on here. So I'm going to make a motion that we table this item until the first court in November, which is November 11th, regular Commissioners Court.
12th. It's on the 12th because the 11th is Veterans Day.
What?
11/11 is Veterans Day, so we're meeting on the 12th.
Tuesday, November 12th is what she's saying.
Oh, Wednesday.
Are we having court on Wednesday? Everybody knew but me. All right, well, that's if it's in here, it happens, and if it's not, it doesn't happen. Okay, so I wrote it. Okay, so I will, let me start over again. I'm going to make a motion to table this item until the November 12th Commissioners Court on Wednesday to allow the judge to have time to take care of the issues that we've discussed.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Eagle to table item number 3 until I have time to check with Ms. Blakely to see about including 312 into the representation, and second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the corrected flock camera agreement to update the following. The signature authorized by the court and signed by the county judge. B, provide credit language to reimburse the county for the days since June 14, 2025 for each camera that is not active. C, add Title VI in cybersecurity language. So,
Thank you, Judge. Took us a while to get here, but we got an agreement in place. So the issue came about because when the flock camera grant was voted on by this court to accept, the next process was to sign an agreement with flock for 23 cameras. That inadvertently did not come to court to be signed, and however, it was signed by another member of the county, but didn't come to the court to be signed. So this is to ensure that we have the proper signature. And then during that discussion a couple of months ago, when it was brought to our attention that it was not properly signed, we understood that since February, when the flock camera grant was accepted, DPS and TxDOT have been having a permit issue where only one camera has been installed, and it was installed on June 14th, but the other 23 cameras as of this morning still do not have a date. So during all this discussion with Flock, I said, well, the county, the taxpayers have already paid for service on those 23 cameras that we are not using. So what I strived to get in here was a credit, which is $8.21 per day beginning June 14th, which was the beginning of when the first camera was installed. And then every day until that camera is installed, there'll be an $8.21 credit. And as of today, that is about $25,000 that will be credited to the county. But as I've been informed, there's no date set yet when those other 23 cameras will be installed. So that credit will continue to accumulate up to a maximum of $66,000. So that's what this agreement is, and it has the place for the judge to sign. We have also added the cybersecurity language and the Title VI language. So that's it. Yes, Judge, with no speakers on this one? No. Okay. Did she say no speakers? Okay. All right. I move to authorize the county judge to sign the corrected flock camera agreement to update the following: signature authorized by the county judge and signed by the county judge, provide language to reimburse the county for the days since 6/14/25 for each camera that is not active, and add the Title VI and cybersecurity language.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson, authorize the county judge to sign the corrective flock camera agreement regarding the authorized signature, the credit language, and adding cybersecurity language, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 5, discuss and take appropriate action to form a 5-member Economic Development Advisory Board to provide guidance to the creation of economic development guidelines and/or policy. Applications will be taken through noon November 10th via submitting this form to Brenda Lampert at the Hood County Government Deal. We do have 2 speakers signed up to say this. One is Mike Scott, and the other one is Ron Sutton. So, Mr. Scott, you want to kick this off?
Thank you, Judge. I thought you were going to cancel that one, so I wasn't quite ready. But this is a red letter day for me. I actually agreed with Commissioner Eagle, and I even agreed with Greg Harrell. So, I mean, this may be a first. I don't know. But I really wanted to, let me get my brain working here. I was totally had my pack off. Okay, so quick background. A lot of people think I showed up in Hood County 20-some odd years ago and took over the Granbury Chamber of Commerce. Let me tell you that I was My family and I moved to Fort Worth, Texas in 1946. I grew up in Fort Worth. I've watched Granbury. I've known Granbury since I was a kid. In fact, my dad was in the foundation drilling business, and he and I did, the Leonard brothers called us and said, we want to do some test drilling on our pecan plantation out on the Brazos River. And we went out and did that, not knowing what they had in mind. Turns out that some people live out there today. I also have driven across, probably one of the few people in here that's driven Old Granbury Road across what has now been Brook Lake. I remember when they built Benbrook Dam. I remember when the De Cordova Bend Dam was built. I remember the nuclear plant coming up, and I remember I couldn't figure out why it wasn't in Hood County. So I've got a long background, and I'm here to tell you, I agree with everybody. After I retired after 28 years flying in the Navy after Vietnam, had some exciting times, and we got back to Hood County as soon as we could. And I've been involved in economic development. I'm an economic development Chamber of Commerce professional, have been for 28 years. I did that a great deal of time in the Jacksonville area. And when I came here, I ran the Chamber of Commerce. I actually hired Shay Hopkins to do economic development for the Chamber. And I can tell you what I wanted to say about Commissioner Samuelson's idea of having an economic development committee. You 5 people are the economic development committee. We don't need an economic development committee that's just going to be one more layer in there, because economic development is not a spectator sport. Okay, it needs to be professional people who know how to do economic development. We have a professional, you have an economic development person. I hired Shay Hopkins. I stole her from Fort Worth many years ago. She's been in Tennessee. She was the #2 person in San Antonio. I would like to see the county use her more than you do. I think she's available. I talked to Shay last night. She's more than happy to help. We almost brought a $1 billion corporation to Granbury when I was still running the Chamber of Commerce. We were that close. We were the #1 in the United States. They decided to go offshore, and that they might come back someday, maybe not. But I learned one thing real quickly. You need great attorneys, you need great legal advice, and you need people who understand how to do economic development. And you need the chain and the support of other economic developers and the intelligence of people that have been down that road many, many times. And you won't get yourself in situations like, wow, we did the wrong 381 agreement, or we did whatever. So I would encourage you to work more with the city. We've gone full circle, Commissioner Samuelson. We started out with a committee. We've gone full circle all the way around, and it's almost like sort of like watching Groundhog Day. I mean, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's just go from where we are. I'm very encouraged by what I heard this morning. I think everybody's on the same sheet of music, and I think that's fantastic, and I appreciate what you guys do. And I'm here to help any way I can. So thank you, Judge, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner, for getting this on the agenda today. I agree with Mike that this is a very important board that we are seeking to establish. And we have a lot of professionals sitting right up here on the dais that will be great assets in this. I do believe that we need representatives on this board from every city in the county: Lipan, Toller, Crescent, Granbury. And Mr. Head, or our chief appraiser, and of course, bringing in legal counsel and experts in the area of economic development for our county. I believe in growth, but I believe in responsible, managed growth. And of course, that's where our county judge and commissioners come into play so much. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think this is what needs to be tabled about, get our ideas about the policy and guidelines on the deal.
It's
We
gonna,
can't develop a board right now without having the policy and guidelines and who she thinks needs to be on it. We got to get the expert advice in here. That's not the tail wagging the dog up here. Let's see what she says about whether you say it's another layer. I don't know. I like the idea, but let her do the guidelines. I know that she's probably has worked with this. Let's get her ideas first and see how that's going to guide us. We're talking about creating policy and guidelines. We can't do that. A lawyer is going to have to be the one that's going to have to do the policy and the guidelines.
well, I think
That's
that
not what
we
the
need,
agenda item is.
Well,
that's why we need
to provide guidance and creation of economic guidelines and policies.
yes, this is to get, as we've heard over the last several courts, we have a lot of experts in Hood County that have their backgrounds. I am so impressed every time somebody comes up here or I've met them out in the county, the backgrounds that they have. It's just so impressive when you see the lives that people have led and what expertise they can bring to the table. And as we've heard over the last couple of courts, they want to be involved. This is their lives that is being impacted when we talk about bringing in economic development. So I don't see why we can't do both at the same time. It's going to take a while if we want to extend the deadline for people to submit their applications. That's fine. I just put it a few days before the next court, but I don't see any reason why we don't put together a citizens committee at the same time that we're seeking legal advice. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think we could do them in parallel.
Well, I'd like to add this. When in doubt, go back to the statute. The contract that we've been presented, for instance, that's sitting on the table from the data center, it's under 381, and the parameters of the 381 agreements are under 381.004. And if you go to 381.004 B, subsection B, it says one of the reasons to do an agreement under 381 is to stimulate business and commercial activity in a county. The Commissioners Court of the county may develop and administer a program. And if you go down to subsection C, it says that a Commissioners Court may, which is not mandatory, it may contract with another entity for the administration of the program. So that's possible, working with Shay in the city. We may also authorize a program to be administered on the basis of county commissioner precincts. And Mr. Sutton just talked about cities being involved. Potentially, this like Toller, I assume, and Lipan, maybe Crescent. So it gives us the power, or it gives us the statutory authority to do to look at something like Commissioner Samuelson is talking about. And I kind of like the idea of having, if there is a professional in each precinct willing to work with us and give us input, I don't see what would be wrong with that. And the statute gives us the authority to do it. So we've heard a lot of good stuff today. We've heard a lot of relevant comments from people who actually are going to be impacted by whatever happens, whatever economic development means. And by the way, that's a nebulous term, isn't it? Because my idea of what economic development is may not be what your idea is. Some people's idea of economic development is not having it. Having birds and deer running around their property. That's their version of economic development. So we have some tension in this county because of the nature of the county, because of the lake that's sitting here, and the current status of many of the Biloxi area, beautiful area. There's some specific issues in this county that creates tension between what kind of businesses are going to come in here and what do the people want in this county. And you know, who knows, maybe these data centers can leapfrog over Hood County and go out west somewhere where there's nobody fighting them on it. I don't know. But I'm glad to get this discussion on the table because we didn't get to do this when we were first presented with this issue. And now it's all, thank God we didn't vote on it last time when they wanted us to vote on it. So I don't know where I'm really headed with that. I guess I'm kind of agreeing with you, but.
Are you, yeah, I mean, do you have an opinion on?
Hey, Judge.
I think I would suggest.
Judge.
Giving the fact that we tabled number 3 is that we changed the date from November 10th to, a little bit further out. That way we will have some information back. But I mean, we still, can take the application, but we're not creating the board at this point.
I agree with that.
I would suggest that we change the date from the 10th to at least the 17th. Just looking at, that, because we will have the response back regarding number 3 prior to that date.
Or even the 21st.
That's true too.
Commissioners Court after that is November 25th, so that would give a few days to review the applications.
Be the one change I would suggest.
Mr. Sutton, did you?
Judge, one more comment. I think it would be entirely appropriate for item number 12 to be attached to item number 5. And that was my last comment.
And I think there are two forces at play here. I think that we could find that the expertise, the value of the position we're in here. We have a unique position, and to learn how we can leverage that is one thing, but the will of the voter is equally or more important in that situation. So this is kind of a two-pronged view of this thing to develop what strengths we have in Hood County as far as, the fact that we've got available power, water, gas pipelines coming through this area. We're very attractive to these things. So that's on one hand, what is the strength of that position? On the other, what is the will of the voter? And I think that this more addresses what the will of the voter is as opposed to the expertise of the value we have here.
So any other comments? Without, make a motion to form a 5-member Economic Development Advisory Board to provide guidance in the creation of economic development guidelines and policies. Applications will be taken through noon, November 21st.
Second.
Economic Development Advisory Board, and that application will be expended until November, 25th? 21st? November 20th. Second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0.
When is the deadline for the November 21st court?
17th? Wait.
Are y'all's mics turned on? I'm having
Yes.
We're just trying to get the date on which the applications have got to be submitted for the,
So the question is do the applications need to be submitted before the court deadline? I mean, I don't really, I mean,
I don't see
No.
why.
No,
I don't think so.
No, we
As
could
long as we have them before,
Be on there.
yeah,
right.
yeah,
I mean,
we're
the
good. That's
agenda item will be there, and we'll just have the applications when we get them.
Vote on them. I agree. Okay. Item number 6, discuss and take appropriate action to edit or revise Hood County Commissioners Court policies and procedures related to maintenance request procedures, Hood County, Texas Manager Handbook. Maintenance. Yes, sir. Our good maintenance supervisor here. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. There's just a couple updates I wanted to make to the maintenance policy. It hasn't been revised since 2011. Phone numbers have changed since then. Office locations have changed. So this is just an updated version of our maintenance policy.
I think you worked with Ms. Welborn on this. Is that?
Yes, sir.
You agree with these? I think Leland's doing a fabulous job, and I don't think I haven't received one complaint about you yet, Leland.
Oh,
So that's the highest
the
honor
complaints just
that I
haven't
can
made it
give
to
you.
you.
There's a lot of people that complain in this county here, but not once. You're always around, so.
Say, sir,
I-
the complaints just haven't made it to your level yet.
So do I hear a motion?
I move that we edit and revise the Hood County Commissioners Court policies and procedures related to maintenance request procedures in the Hood County, Texas Manager Handbook. That's on page 29 currently.
Been made by Commissioner Wilson to edit and revise the handbook policies regarding to maintenance, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Judge,
Lee.
Commissioners.
All right, item number 7, discuss and take appropriate action to approve $68,654 for 2 new AC 6-compartment chassis mount units for 2 animal control trucks. Yes.
This was talked about during the capital budget, and so we'd like to go ahead and move forward with that if we could. Everybody should have got the document that's up on the board right now, but both of them together are $68,000, $68,654 coming from Deerskin, which we've used them before. There's not that many companies out there that do this kind of stuff, but these are good ones.
Well, the big thing about it is the safety features about it, the way it's built up there, the doors for these animals when you capture them. Kelly was telling me that when you open the door, the dog's face is right at level with her face. That's the last thing that we need to happen. And of course, it's air conditioned. We need to do this for the animals. It will save time for everybody else. So it'll, in the end, it will save money because you don't have to go back to the shelter in the hot summertime and we don't want PETA on us for cruelty to animals up here. Okay? So do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion, and we did discuss this, and this is just to complete the discussion. I'll make a motion to approve $68,654 for 2 new AC 6-compartment chassis mount units for 2 animal control trucks.
A motion made by Commissioner Eagle to approve the $68,654 for the 2 new AC 6-compartment chassis mount trucks for 2 animal control trucks, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
That'd be out of
Fund
55.
Out of Fund 55.
Yes.
Okay. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Good luck with that. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Item number 8, discuss and take appropriate action to place 2 road signs designating Williamson Road as Charlie Kirk Memorial Parkway. Signage costs not to exceed $1,000. Dedication ceremony to be scheduled once signs are completed. And we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 speakers on this, so,
Let's go ahead with the speakers.
okay?
She said 5.
Okay. So the first speaker is Linda Nelson.
She said there were 5 speakers. Do you have 5?
5? No, 4. Do you
Good
have
morning.
other ones, Christine? Oh, Mr. Bolton, I forgot him. Yeah, we got 5 speakers. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Linda Nelson, and I've lived on Williamson Road for 20 years. And it moved from a little tiny rural type road to a very busy road right now. I want you to know I am not against naming a roadway, path, or walkway in memory of Charlie Kirk. I am against naming Williamson Road that in the condition that it is. It would just be a slap in the face to him. It's in terrible need of repair, major repair. There's no center lines, no rumble strips on the side. It's got potholes that just get filled once in a while and knocked out. At night, a car coming to you, you cannot tell if they're in your lane or in the other lane. It just doesn't have any center line to develop that.
Okay, you leave it.
And we need a smoother surface, and then I would be happy to have it. But I just do not think that in the condition that it should be, it's just to Charlie Cook, and this is memory. Sorry, I haven't been up here to speak before. But if you can consider any type of road, pathway that would be for his memory would be a great idea. He's a great man. I'd like to see that. But I do not think that Williamson Road in the condition that is in would be a proper venue for that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Scott.
Thank you, Judge. I agree with Linda. I think we need to do something for Charlie Kirk, but I think his modus operandi was young people and colleges and schools and things like that. I think we need to find something a little closer to town, or maybe something around the high school or one of the schools, maybe the road that goes in front of Granbury Middle School or something. I don't know. But I think it's a great idea. I'm just not sure Williamson Road is the place we want to go. Thank you.
Good morning again. I hope you don't get tired of listening to me this morning. I'm totally in favor of honoring Charlie Kirk, but I don't think Williamson Road is our best choice. To me, it's a local road and lacks the gravitas of a person with the impact of our nation, of Charlie Kirk. I think we should look for something with a lot more through traffic, so not just the local residents, but people just passing through our city will know what we think of Mr. Kirk. And now, unfortunately, every road I think of is a state road, and that's undoubtedly more work and probably more cost. But in this case, I think honoring Charlie Kirk is worth the extra effort. Thank you.
Dr. Braddock, you're next.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, thank you for listening. We seem to have general agreement. I have some reservations about Charlie Kirk, but it was insanity for him to be assassinated, and that doesn't make sense to do that. What he did was engage young people, and I think we should honor him if we're going to honor him at something like around the high school or such, rather than Williamson Road. We can separately discuss some issues about him that maybe relate to me personally from an interview that I saw, but I think we should think smaller and relative to the kind of engagement that he had in engaging young people to go out and vote and be public. Thank you.
Bolton.
All right, thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for one, for letting me speak, and two, for considering this at all. It's great. I think that TPUSA includes some 900 college chapters and 1,200 high school chapters, and they also report 32,000 within 48 hours of new applications to create new chapters. That's within 48 hours of his tragic assassination, and then 50,000 within a week of that. And I think that's an amazing thing. So only God, just like in the Old Testament history, only God could take something that men meant for evil and turn it into something good. His martyr, though tragic, has lit a fire that I think will be hard to extinguish, and I think that we are right to be on par with that. It's on fire right here in Hood County, where the local chapter boasts some 5,000 members already, and we can take that farther. You guys can expand that. Thank you, Colton Crottinger, for hitting that up and getting to be a part of that. And so that's a contact for you guys if I can put in a plug for him. So I urge you to honor Charlie Kirk with your action here today. So thank you for that. Your vote in favor of it and naming a memorial. I think it's a simple gesture, the cost of a few street signs. So I'll give you also a little bit of my experience with the Ed Shipman Memorial Highway. I think that's maybe where some of you met me first when we started doing that. So I'll say thank you again for that resolution and doing that when we did. I can tell you that your support for that was amazing, and so thank you for it. And in addition to that, I also know that it cost $6,000 for those signs because I helped to pay for it. But that $1,000 limit, I don't know if you need to double that or what the cost of that is, but that's local, and we had to pay the state of Texas to do it. So there may be some difference there, but I don't know if you need to limit yourself to $1,000. Anyway,
So,
thank you.
Mr. Bolton, can I ask you, as far as, so this is a county road, so we don't have to go through the steps that you went through to name a
Yes.
state road. Can you kind of go through the steps that you had to go through in getting 144, the Ed Shipman Memorial Highway?
Yeah, thank you for that. So, well, it was literally an act of Congress. I mean, at least an act for the Texas legislature. And so it helped to have the support of the local, not only the city and the county, but because that crosses into Somerville County as well. We got Glen Rose to sign on to that, and Somerville County Commissioners Court to sign on to that, as well as with their own resolutions, and then carried that to Austin, and through our representatives there was Slauson, and at the time was, I'm going to forget.
Burns.
Yes, thank you. For our representative that
Dwayne
is in that. Thank you for filling me in on that. And so we worked through those guys to get that on their agenda, and then we went down and gave testimony to those committees to be able to get their approval to move it to the floor, and then the floor approved.
So that can only happen when the legislature's in session, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. So that was 2 years ago.
Soonest time to be able to do a state road would be in 2027.
The soonest time for us to be able to do a state road. Oh yeah. So if we don't do Williamson Road, is that what you're getting at? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. So yeah, that would be the act. It would take 2 years to try to act on something to do a state road instead of something that's strictly under county purview. Yeah. So it would take a long time to do that. I think timeliness is part of it, and I don't think, I'm with you, I don't think I'd want to wait 2 years before we could do anything with it.
And the cost you said was?
$6,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Significantly less than $1,000 we talked about. So.
Yeah, that was through the state.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you did say that there were 1,200 high school chapters.
1,200 high school chapters. Let me look back at my notes. Yeah, that's right. 1,200 high school chapters.
That's what I had seen too on the deal. Let me tell you this, based upon that, I contacted Dr. Morosky, the superintendent of Granbury High Schools, and just asked her, I said, is it against Granbury policy, or is it within Granbury policy, if we could name something on the Granbury High School? I thank you for bringing up the idea about memorializing something for Charlie Kirk. Excellent idea. I think we really did need to do that. But since he was engaged with young adults, that's where his base was and what he did. I said, could you do something like a pathway or something on the high school? And she said, well, there was something that they were trying to do that was a crossover or something, and that she was going to check with the lawyers and the trustees to see if they could do that. And I would think that if we could do something that would designate a portion of the road or pathway around the high school where the parents, well, the kids would be seeing that every day as an inspiration to them, but then the parents that come up there all the times, and then the games, the sporting events and the athletic events. I mean, that would really be something that not only all the citizens of Hood County could see, but people visiting, other schools that come and other visitors that come here. I think it needs to be, if it's possible, if we could do something on the school to do that. That's
Well, you've come to the right place, and I don't know why we couldn't do both of those things, but you know also that I serve on the school board, so.
Yeah.
So I can certainly put it on the agenda and make a motion to do the same thing, name I don't know, one of the high school parking lots or something like that after him, but I like the idea of also naming one of our county roads after him as well. I don't want to go to the state or state roads, like you couldn't rename Pearl Street that runs in front of the high school, because.
But the high school would just be excellent. Look how many people come to that high school on a yearly basis. Other schools that come there, to have something very nice on the school.
I think we could do
So,
both.
I don't know why we couldn't do both. I'm with you.
Yeah. You want to do it?
All right.
You want to table it and let's see what he does?
I'd like to.
I want to do both.
Yeah. I bring Colton in.
I think you'd be a good spearhead for that.
Yeah,
You convinced me.
I will put it on the agenda.
Okay. John or Constable Shirley and Mr. Crottinger, would you like to say something? Okay. All right. So this was, Constable Shirley is actually the one that brought this to me to, as something, really not long after we lost Charlie through the horrible assassination, he brought this up. And, we lost somebody very special to the country.
I agree. And that's why he should be really remembered. Good.
One of the things that Charlie said, do you want to read this? I won't be able to get through it.
Better only put on the glass.
It's not that I can't see it, I just won't be able to get through it.
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important. The most important thing in my faith is, the most important thing is my faith in my life. Sorry, I butchered that up a little bit. Let me read that again. I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important. The most important thing in my faith is my faith in my life. So, and that, when we kind of started talking about this, when Nanette brought it to me, I'm like, hey, Williamson Road is the borderline between Precinct 1 and Precinct 2. So, for selfish reasons, I guess that kind of came up as a spot
All right,
there.
maybe that's incentive to improve Williamson Road.
Yeah, and it's not, we're not, there was originally to rename a road, and that takes a lot of work and causes a lot of work for the people that live on that road. And our 911 operator chief over there, Jennifer Wilson, contacted me and said, well, there's, working through North Central Texas COG, if you just do a memorial sign, you're not really, you don't have to go through the process of changing addresses and all of that. You're just really commemorating the road in honor of the individual. So this doesn't cause anybody to change any addresses. It's just this, we have an example of what the sign would look like. There's two different sizes that Mr. Tuggle has gotten prices for us, and you said the smaller one only requires one post And the larger one needs 2 posts, but then could be blown, those ones are easier to get blown over? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. But which one are you recommending? Okay. I personally kind of like the 48-inch because that's a standard sign wasn't the one that on Edgeship Memorial Highway, is it?
It's way bigger than that.
Oh, okay.
I think that a lot of times
I
that
think it's
stuff
8
is
by 12.
related to the speed of the
Okay.
road for, different sizes and whatnot.
30-inch or 36-inch just looks really small to me. I don't know. So is there any other discussion on up here?
Thanks for that.
You're going to still try to take it up before?
I will still take it up. Yeah, I'll put it on the agenda for the school.
Good.
Yeah. But I like the idea of doing both.
I do too. You want to table it?
I don't think so. I mean, unless,
I'm good with it
Okay.
if we.
I mean, I think there's just, like he said, maybe it's an improvement of Williamson Road.
It's on MTP, right? Put you on the spot.
All right, so with that, I'll make the motion to place 2 road signs designating Williamson Road as Charlie Kirk Memorial Parkway. Signage cost not to exceed, do you have another number you want me to say besides the $1,000? Under 500, okay. Special cost signage cost not to exceed $500. And then once we get the signs, I'll put it on the agenda for a dedication ceremony to be scheduled once the signs are completed.
Memorial Highway with signage not to exceed, what, $500? Second by Commissioner Andrews. Where's the money coming?
Contingency. And it's Memorial Parkway. Highway is reserved for Texas state roads.
Further discussion?
And this is in more than y'all's 2 precincts.
Thank you, guys.
Well, the only thing I'd have to say is that I still would like to say that we should try to get one on the school district, if you will carry that forward too. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So with that, all right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. So 3-1 has it. Okay. All right. Item number 9. Discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the update authorization officials for the year 25 rifle-resistant body armor grant program. Yes, ma'am. Our famous auditor here, Stephanie Matlock.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This is an administrative update. We've been here before regarding the exact same issue. We've since added the information that the court has directed us to do regarding the authorization of these grants. The PSO grant manager, we've had lots of conversations with, and they're requiring us to bring this back to you for the 2025 grants that we've already completed in order for them to pay us out. It's just a formality.
Okay. So that's something we do every year, isn't it?
The PSO grants are definitely low-hanging fruit as far as grants go. We pretty much,
we need the body armor for sure.
Yeah, all the things we can get for the sheriff's department, we certainly
Yeah.
aspire to get.
Do I hear a motion?
Authorize the county judge to sign the authorized officials for the FY25 rifle-resistant body armor grant program in accordance with PSO request.
Second.
Made by Commissioner Andrews to authorize the county judge to sign the update for the FY25 body armor grant program, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the update, authorize officials for the FY25 bullet-resistant shield grant. Same thing.
Same thing. There were 2 grants in FY 2025 for PSO. The first one you just agreed to, and the second one, same thing. It's a administrative formality.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We authorize the county judge to sign update the authorized officials for the FY25 bullet-resistant shield grant in accordance with PSO request.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to authorize the county Andrews to authorize the county judge to sign the update authorized for the FY25 bullet-resistant shield grant, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to accept the FY26 body armor grant award. Same thing?
Okay, so this one is for this next year. We were awarded the PSO grant for body armor. The total is $59,024.55.
How much?
$59,000.
Cool.
And it's to continue the sheriff's pursuit and to have body armor for all deputies.
Great.
So it's a
I like
great
you being
program.
proactive. You're already into 26. That's good.
Yeah, these are excellent opportunities for our county. Unfortunately, there's only one this year that's applicable. Typically, there's 2. So,
Good.
yeah.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize the county judge to accept the FY26 body armor grant award.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to authorize the county judge to accept the FY26 body armor grant award, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much.
I'm going to call timeout.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess here. The treasurer's got work to do. She's got to go to lunch. Her husband's here waiting for her. Okay, please be seated, everybody. Item number 12, review and discuss local government code Title VII, regulation of land use, structures, businesses, and related activities, subtitle B, County Regulatory Authority, Chapter 231, County Zoning Authority, Subchapter K, Development Regulations in Hood County, take appropriate action if needed. And we do have 3 speakers here, am I right? Christine, okay. And the first speaker is John Highsmith.
Good morning, I'm John Highsmith, live in Precinct 2, and I'd like to start out by saying clunk. That's the sound of the Amazon delivery person dropping off a package at the Commissioner's Court. That package is a toolbox with tools. Now, this toolbox doesn't have all the tools we want, but it's got at least some tools that can be used to have a way to even the playing field with developers of what I call the new age projects in Hood County. And I'd like to read section 231.221, paragraph 4. Without adequate development regulations, the area and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of that area as a place of recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And then subparagraph B, the powers granted under this subchapter are for the purpose of, 1, promoting the public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare. 2, encouraging recreation. And 3, safeguarding and preventing the pollution of the state's rivers and lakes. So the state of Texas has recognized the danger to Hood County by you-know-who. And I think this at least gives the people of Hood County, through the Commissioner's Court, some way to get developers to do the right thing. Because left to their own devices, developers are not going to do the right thing, or at least they haven't so far, so I assume they will continue their behavior. And the stakes are high, not just for our own right to the quiet enjoyment of our property, but I'm very concerned about future generations. And so I wanted to talk about, just an example, I want to talk about Galena Park, Texas. That's an early sacrifice zone of old school industrialization for Houston. It's located on the Houston Ship Channel. You go back about 100 years, Galena Park was named after the local Galena Signal Oil Company. It was then incorporated in 1935. Its economy is now tied to oil refining, pipelines, storage, and midstream services. Population is 10,500 as of 2023, and median household income was $54,167. So I can tell you, I used to have to work in that general area. It's just not very nice. And air quality is moderate with spikes, get this one, if winds calm. So as long as the wind's blowing, the pollution gets blown out. When the winds stop, pollution's pretty bad. So I can't see how the heavy industry has really helped the people who live there. And I think this is the kind of thing the state of Texas is making an effort to prevent in Hood County. So only now it is for new age industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Daniel Lakey. He's left? Okay. The next speaker then is Jim Bell.
Is it on?
couple times last week it was off. Last week, Danny Lakey spoke about discovering that you here in Hood County have authority that no other county in Texas has for things like zoning and more issues like that. And in the past couple of years, that Bitcoin mine situation has turned into a veritable nightmare for Precinct 2 and the citizens around it. They're fighting it really hard. So if you've got the authority to put some regulations on them and rein them in a little bit, because according to the history of events, now they've got a lawsuit that they've filed against the county, and all they're really trying to do is to stop the election to incorporate Mitchell Bend. And the only reason they're trying that is for self-defense. So by all means, if you've got that kind of authority and you can do something to rein them in, because from where I sit, it looks like what they're trying to do is cost you so much money you can't handle your business. So it really does appear like it's a war of the pocketbooks, and they think they've got the bigger gun. So if you've got this authority to zone and regulate and make them do things that they don't really want to spend money on, I encourage you, please use it.
Oh, well, Clint was going to
I just
speak
want
up.
to point out some facts. Legislative findings and purpose, that is what they're reasoning to give us special powers under 231 subchapter K. We do have the power to zone, which we call development districts, and they refer to it as districts in this subchapter K. 231, 221, legislative findings and purpose is their reasoning to give us the special powers that no other counties have. And those powers are listed in 231.223. Can you pull those up? I know the agenda item says to regulate land use. A very creative person could probably squeeze some land use out of this, but nowhere in that does it say we can regulate land use. I do think number 8, under that, could be broadly stated, like if a power plant wanted to use groundwater, we ought to be able to prohibit that because you don't want to suck the wells dry. But those are 1 through 8 are what we can do under this subchapter. We don't have the power to zone like a city does.
So, any more speakers? No. So this has been talked about off and on for the 3 years that I've been on the Commissioners Court, but we've never really looked into it deeper to see what is available for us to do. One of the things that I noticed on the very last, Christine, if you would scroll down, 231, 229 B, it's all the way at the bottom. Yeah, there. A person commits an offense if the person violates this subchapter, an order or development regulation adopted under this subchapter. An offense under this subsection is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not less than $500 or more than $1,000. That is the, and then I guess if you continue to read, the trial shall be in justice court. So that is the enforcement leg, I guess you would say, of this regulation. So, which is similar to the penal code that on the noise, which was the same. Is Matt still here? Wasn't that $500 per occurrence? Yeah. So I just wanted to bring it up to discuss to see if there's any other action to be taken or.
Well, so according to this statute, it says development regulation must be, this is 231.224, must be adopted in accordance with the county plan. So do we have a county plan? Okay, so we have a development district map, which you feel like would fall under the county plan. Okay. And it says it, and coordinated with the comprehensive plans of the municipalities located in the county. So we need to work together with the other municipalities. But interesting, if you go to 231.225, it said districts. It says the Commissioners Court may divide the unincorporated, and this only has to do with the unincorporated area, is what this would apply to, this statute. The Commissioners Court may divide the unincorporated area of the county into districts of a number, shape, and size the court considers best for carrying out this subchapter. And development regulations may vary from district to district, which means that we could have different rules over here than we have over there. It also says that we may appoint a development commission, which we've talked about in an indirect way on one of the other agenda items about getting people to, for economic development, and which I think this ought to all work together if we're going to do something with this. But what if you look at 231.223, which Mr. Head has pointed out some of, we can regulate the location, size, construction, and extension and size of streets and roads. So some of the projects that have been, or one of the projects that has been proposed here recently that thankfully we've tapped the brakes on, they're going to have to build some roads to get in here. And they told us that yesterday, didn't they? And so with this statutory authority, we'll have some authority to tell them what we need or how they need to do it and where they can do it, I think. So I think that there may be some relief in this statute to give us some authority in some areas and we may not need in others. I think that this is another area, and I know we've talked about this from time to time over the years, but we've kind of steered away from it until now it's back in the public light, and maybe we need to revisit this more seriously. I don't know. It talks about we can regulate the design, location, and installation of drainage facilities. The terrain out there, for instance, by Squaw Creek Lake is like this. So I think that this could give us some authority. They're going to have to do something out there that because there is going to be water usage, and there will be, of course, they'll be potentially plugging into the nuclear plant for this the one data center that's near and dear right at the moment. Also can require, of course, we're over their wastewater, we're under on-site septic systems now, so I don't know what the plan is for that. But we can, that's something we can look at, right? So the procedure for doing this it has to be adopted by the Commissioners Court after a public hearing. And so it lays out the procedure, it lays out what power we've got. And now that I think the potential of data centers wanting to come in here, and we have this is a desirable place for them because they do have access to water, they do have access to power, or some of them talking about bringing their own power in here. They have access to a workforce. We're close to the Metroplex. So I think this merits some scrutiny, this particular statute.
Anything else? Well, this is something that I intend to bring up with Bracewell to see about if she can take this into consideration, give us anything that she can use in our negotiations with these data centers as well.
Seems that if we wanted to do, use this regulation, that we would need to first create the districts, right? Okay. We have the development district, so it says that a development regulation is, okay, so I think there needs to be, it's not effective until it's adopted by the Commissioners Court after a public hearing before the 15th day. Okay, so there's got to be some hearings and what?
But we already have a policy in place where, you know, we have road policies, how you have to build public roadways. We've got the drainage. You got to do the engineering for the runoff that comes off of these properties, and for the wastewater. We've already got policies in place under this subsection. So
they are pretty vague. You know, we never had this kind of thing coming into the counties before. I mean, through this right here, we are really strict on RV parks and multifamily homes. So that was the biggest concern when this was created. And to piggyback on what Commissioner Eagle said about a plan, if we were going to adopt a new regulation that would require a new district, I believe he said that you'd have to have it on the map first. So would have to be two different things. But it definitely requires a think tank and some workshops to be able to figure out how to make something out of this.
And this is, it's pretty confining in what you can do, what you know, and a lot of this seems to be on the front end more than anything that we could do with a Bitcoin out there churning out that noise. And that's,
Yeah, I don't see it impacting. This is on new development. But I was just pointing that out on the enforcement leg, that's the same level of enforcement that was in the penal code on the 42.01 on the noise nuisance, the $500 per event. But this is not more than 1,000, but it's a misdemeanor, and then it goes to JP court, which we experienced how that works during the noise citations.
Well, I will add to that there has been, I mean, I've prosecuted under that penalty there, but there has been cases that were worse with illegal RV parks and the dumping of their sewer, that we just took them straight to district court for an injunction, and if they violate that, they go to jail.
Okay. So you're saying that the next step would be to have some workshops on if we need to change the districts that are already developed?
We definitely need to put our heads together, maybe some legal opinions on how far we could stretch these, or how you could, you know, to get an outcome that we need. And then create the district, adopt the map, or update our district map, because there's only one in existence and it's on a board on my wall. There's no digital.
I was going to ask you if it's on our website, because I haven't seen it. If it is,
there's a PDF I snapped with my picture, my phone put on there. But update the map, put the new districts on there, and then you update the regulations that everybody agrees on. And they all have to be at a public hearing, which I got to advertise in the paper 15 days prior to the public hearing.
Unless anybody else has any comments.
Hold on.
No action to be taken today.
Okay, good. All right, item number 13, consider take appropriate action to grant the Adult and Juvenile Probation Director vacation accrual starting April of 23. Is that the correct date? Ms. Treasurer? Is that the one we decided on? Was it April of 23?
Well, actually this morning, the Adult and Juvenile Board did take action. It really does not pertain to the actual agenda item. Their verbiage was, the Juvenile and Adult Board voted to allow the Juvenile and Adult Probation Director to start accruing vacation based on her 22 years of service at a rate of 7.69 hours per pay period starting Monday, November 3rd, 2025. They did not consider retroing it back, but they did agree that her accruals should be based on total years of service as a probation director, adult probation director, and now she works dual roles based on the hire date of 2003.
Accrual date starting Monday, November 23rd, 2020.
November
I believe
3rd.
it's Monday, November the 3rd.
November 3rd?
Saturday's the 1st, I believe. Yeah, and that's the start of a new payroll.
November 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. If I hear, make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to grant the Adult and Juvenile Probation Director vacation accruals starting Monday, November 3rd of 2025 at the rate of 7.69 per pay period.
Correct.
Second.
Motion to grant the Adult and Juvenile Probation Director vacation accrual starting Monday, November 3rd, 2025 at a rate of 7.69 for 20-year service.
Yes, sir. Based on her years of service.
Based on 20-year service.
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's a good probation. You deserve it. You do a great job, Miss Berry. Okay. This is on, okay. Shit. 14. How many do you have, Christine? 17? Or 16? Oh, 17.
I'm going to do my point of order on this one.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I'm going to make a motion that we allow the speakers 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So a motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to increase the time limits from dividing by the number of speakers to 5 minutes per speaker, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. Motion to extend the time limits carries 4-0. And our first speaker on this is Donna Adair.
Make a deal, cut out Bitcoin and you won't see me anymore.
Pull the
Bring the mic
microphone.
down, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Now you're going to have to just pull it up just a little bit so it's right there. You go.
Okay. My name's Donna Adair, 8002 Contrary Creek, a mile away from the Bitcoin plant. I would like to thank Commissioner Eagle for the 5 minutes that you did the last time. I was one of the 9 that didn't get to speak because I was told that sign up under that item and they'd hear it anyway. But anyway, so thank you. And thank you, Tina Brown, for suggesting that it be brought before the court so everybody would get to speak. Man, my heart hurts for the Toller people, for the data coming. I know it's coming. Bitcoin marathon has made our life miserable. And it should tell you something that they are suing y'all to try to not even let us vote. And I can't say us because I live a mile away, so I can't vote for the incorporation. If I could, I would in a heartbeat. But they're trying to hide something. Okay, what little I know about the data centers. They take tremendous amount of energy
Our electric bills have gone up and they'll continue to go up. They use tremendous amount of water, millions of gallons. I have heard that if they're a closed loop facility, that they won't use as much water, but what they tell you and what they do may be two different things. Not many full-time employees after it's built, and I looked online about the Starlink thing. Oh my gosh, it's horrible. It's worse. I worked out at Comanche Peak when they were building that, and the traffic and construction, it was horrible, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be near like that. They will be noisy, but they say they will enclose them and the noise won't be bad. Marathon claims the noise they make isn't bad either. I don't believe them. As far as I can throw them, and you probably shouldn't either. A lawyer's a good idea to do. Serious research needs to be done before the county doors are swung open and they're all invited in. Possibly the Marathon monstrosity wouldn't exist a mile from my house and cause so many families so much suffering if the right research had been done, or even if we had known about it was going to be coming in. Okay, last remarks. I was born in Fort Worth, lived in Texas all my life, and in Granbury since 1983. My daddy's family goes back generations living in Texas. What I see is Texas being sold out for money and greed, and I thought we were better than that. Granbury is soon going to be known as the most industrialized little city in America, and you will be able to forget all the visitors coming to see our quaint little town. But maybe the data centers, power plants, BESS plants, and Bitcoin plants will be willing to give tours. Can make some money out of that. Granbury will get tax money from some of those entities, but who's going to want to live here with all of them here anyway? Thank you all for your time and listening.
Next speaker is Brandon Mayberry.
Get this thing about right, but okay. Thank y'all for hearing me today. So my name is Brandon Mayberry, lifelong Hood County resident. Seen a lot of change in Hood County, and change is not always a bad thing. I've been here 55 years. Toller has changed, as well as most of Hood County. Granddad was on a commissioner court here for 25 years. Joe Swain was on the commissioner's court for 25 years, so I can appreciate y'all's role. A little bit different now than what it was then. But I'll tell a story. In 75, Lone Star laid a pipeline across us there in southern Hood County, and they operate under eminent domain, as you know. This year, they're laying number 6 next to that first one. So these things breed. They breed. It's not going to be just one. It may be 25. When we say we're acceptable to this kind of stuff, which is, it kind of poses a question. This is not really what Hood County seems to be wanting to be. We seem to want to be Fredericksburg. We seem to want to be something different. We seem to be trying in these days to grow Hood County in a good way. And this type of business, be it something like this or a prison, something of that scope, just doesn't seem like what we're trying to do here. This is not Pecos County where we're just starving for anything. We've got something good here happening, in my opinion. And I'm not the biggest advocate for change. I don't like a lot of the change that's happening around here, but it's coming, and I think our change has been pretty positive as far as growth and development, housing, things like that, and it's pretty thick around us in Toller. But you say you want, and maybe I'm a little ignorant. I don't know what the Commissioner's Court, the power y'all have to keep this out of here, or what the power you have to draw it to here. I'm a little ignorant there in that regard, but with the fact that these things breed, just because we have it in this area, Hood Somerville area, it's not to say that We have one in southern Hood County where, nobody but hillbillies and cedar trees grow, and that's not the case. There are people down there. Who's to say that Somerville County won't say, well, Hood County has one. Yeah, let's put one at Fort Spunky. Nobody lives in Fort Spunky, right? Anybody know where Fort Spunky is? Right across the river from Pecan. So when you invite these things in, and they are a thing, it's not a person, it's not an individual, it's a thing. When you invite this thing in, more of them are going to come. And like I say, I don't know what power y'all have to draw them or expel them. I mean, I'm sorry I'm that ignorant about that, but that's just the case. But I'm asking you, whatever power you have to keep them out, because my commissioner said we have water in Biloxi. We have some well water, and we have a Biloxi River that you can't pump out of. So really, we have no water when it comes to something like this. But Fort Spunky does. It's got the Brazos River right there, and it's got a good gas line right there. So there's a good shot at one right there too. And pretty loud, pretty light as far as what I understand. But I don't know, just doesn't seem like what we are. Thank you.
Jessica Hall.
My comments today are in reference to AI hyperscale data centers. Three major problems with these data centers: they are energy suckers, water guzzlers, and noise polluters, not to mention AI slop generators. These data centers never shut down. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They are a huge drain on our energy, our water, generate noise, and drive up the cost of electricity. Data center energy consumption is projected to double by 2026, reaching upwards of 680 terawatt hours worldwide. This will exceed the energy consumption of Canada, the whole country. At home, data centers will account for 4 to 6% of the total U.S. electricity consumption by 2026, and this number is set to only increase. AI is a key driver of the rapid increase in data center water consumption. One technology company alone directly withdraws 29 billion liters of water and consumed through the evaporation process more than 23 billion liters of fresh water for on-site cooling, 80% of which was potable water. These machines are competing for our drinking water, and we are losing out to them. Most centers use a mix of air cooling with industrial fans and water through a closed-loop system, both of which can produce noise levels ranging upwards of 85 decibels. Due to the mechanics of data center equipment and the cooling systems involved, these facilities generate both low frequency and infrasound composed of long-traveling sound waves, inaudible to the human ear, but very damaging to the human body. Inaudible infrasound cannot easily be mitigated and often requires extreme measures to reduce exposure. Data center noise does not stop at property lines. Centers like Amazon, using the closed-loop systems, rely on repeated use of portable drinking water. Repeated use. This cooling method can only use water in the system for 3 to 10 cycles, depending on the water quality. That water is then discharged and more fresh water is cycled in. As fresh water cycles through the cooling towers through the process of blowdown and evaporation, the potable water is then considered wastewater due to mineral buildup and concentration. This closed-loop system is not a one-stop shop user. It is a repeated drain on our valuable resource. Data center water use and contamination is and should be a very real concern for Hood County residents, especially those that depend on water wells. Some neighborhoods here are already under constant boil water notices. Multiple massive data center campuses will only increase this problem. The public needs and deserves access to clean drinking water at all times. We also have an environmental issue to consider, as Hood County has multiple watersheds contributing to the Brazos that sits above the Trinity Aquifer. of which is being depleted faster than it's being replenished. Last, some Republican senators are currently asking for a halt on all new data center construction as we speak due to the strain on our energy and our water resources around the United States. Thank you for your time and giving us 5 minutes.
Karen Lowry.
My name is David Ferris, and obviously I'm not Karen Lowry. Karen was going to read this letter by her husband, Mark. She had to report to the data center, jeez. She had to report to the, to work the election. She asked if I would kindly read his letter, so that's what I want to do. I have read it and, briefly, but here we go. This is in Mark's words. Hardly a day goes by where I do not see a post on some social media regarding surge of data centers, Bitcoin, technology, industrial complexes moving into tech. Comment and all that I have read. No one can really tell us what the environmental hazards these industrial complexes bring to our community, our aquifers, our air quality, noise pollution, and overall danger to our personal well-being. And they are not clear on the level of increase in electrical costs to the citizens when they come into this area. I understand that the present administration is supporting technology innovation to be developed in America. I also understand that we presently have data centers in Hood County. However, I believe the Commissioner's Court needs to slow down on the support of these industrial machines to settle into our community until we can conduct more research that will help us better understand the dangers versus the positives. I hope Hood County can be a leader in strategically thinking about this issue, developing the best plan forward. One of the priorities of Hood County Commissioner's Court is to provide safety and security for our citizens and natural resources. Hood County is a special place where Texas history and natural beauty blends with the modern conveniences of life. Keep in mind that we are not the last generation to live here, and we will pass this country on is the key to our future in Hood County. What I recommend is as follows. No tax incentives for any technology companies such as data centers, Bitcoins, none, until we have a much better understanding of the impact on the community and the financial benefit. If we are worthy of this type of development, if they choose to come to Hood County, I see no reason to offer them tax incentives to do so. If tax breaks are simply to have controls over issues such as noise and environment, then strategic thinking needs to go into how they best serve Hood County citizens. Most importantly, I recommend Hood County Commissioner's Court create a task force, working group, or coalition, whatever you want to call it, to study these impacts these industrial machines will have on our environment and what impact they will have on the citizens of our county. Mitchell Bend should teach us a lesson. No money is worth hurting our precious environment and causing harm to our citizens' land, water, livestock. What's the rush? Let's study the impacts of this industrial growth before we make a decision, conduct some research before we move on to encourage this type of somewhat speculative and environmental industry into the country. My suggestion and or recommendation for the makeup of this work group would be made up of at least 2 commissioners, industrial representatives, Hood County citizens, business leaders, and at least 1 qualified environmental scientist specialist. Possibly someone from an institution of higher learning, subject matter experts to guide us in the future with understanding and vision, not blindly chasing the shiny object of money. Thank you.
Sledge.
Good morning. I am a very, very proud citizen of Hood County.
My great-great-great-grandfather donated the land for the town square. So my roots are super deep here. And what I want to see for this county is for it to continue with its legacy and not completely change what has been passed down from generations. I am a business owner. We own a distillery, and we do require water. Water for a distillery is very, very important. If you shut down our water supply, you will put me out of business. We are a tourist destination here. We are 10 miles from Granbury Square, and we're 11 miles from Glen Rosa Square. And we also belong to the Stephenville Visitor Center as well. We're a 20-minute drive from them. So we're very centrally located. You may think that we're in the middle of nowhere, and a lot of people think that when they arrive because they're in the country. But really, we're in a very central key location. And we made a strategic decision to put our business on our family farm because we wanted that environment. And so when people come to our location, they're really coming to relax, and they are coming to unwind and get away from the city. If they have to contend with a data center on the left and on the right as they start to drive out, and then when they get there, they have a gas plant across the street. That is not the environment that they're coming for. That would totally change our business plan, and we would just become a production location that puts our product into stores. We would no longer have tourism that we would contribute to this county with. So you want tourism, you want to be like Fredericksburg, you want to be like tourist locations, we're providing that for you. And I do not know, kind of like Brandon said, I don't know what the level of your authority is to stop things like this, but if it's not you, then who is it? I want generations to enjoy Hood County, and there are some decisions that are made in our life where we come to a Y in a road, and we just have to pick the one where we have no regrets. You will regret some of this development. You will regret it environmentally. My background is in air pollution. I was an air consultant for DuPont Environmental. I have worked at Superfund sites that were created in the 70s, and we cleaned them up in the 90s. And you can only mitigate pollution. You will not eliminate pollution. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
David Ferris.
Hello, I'm David Ferris. Well, I'm actually going to be pretty brief this time because I had spoken before. I'd been asked to kind of add some information that I thought I should. But I'm going to go to technical generalities. There's been so much said about, you know, the wildlife around, the look, the character of Hood County. I'm not going to argue with that. My specific points are more technical in nature. There is a rush of technology. Be very, very careful of abatements, tax incentives for them, because there will be better offers down the line. It's not like this is the only Bitcoin, or pardon me, the only data center that's going to want to come here. All right, be selective. The problems you really got to look at technologically are, first of all, not necessarily in the worst order, I'm saving it for last, sound. Okay? Bitcoin, we all know about that one. And my real concern on the Amazon data center was 65 decibels. You got to be kidding me. We just went through that with Bitcoin. Data centers can be quiet. Yes, there was talk of closed loop cooling. There's also using water to cool. There's using coolant and even water. Well, I'll get to the water in a minute. You got to be real careful with that. And I understand that there was some thought on that contract for the 65 decibels that it was due to whenever a backup generator. Maybe the center was going to be quieter than the 65 decibels. But there was zero information about that, and all was known was that it was going to be 65 all along. If it had said only during the time of failure of the main power, I could have considered the backup generators as possibly okay. There needs to be stipulations where something like that is definitely minimized and controlled to specific times when the electrical is outage. Water, huge users of water. You got to make sure you know where that water has come. Do they have to build their own ponds, reservoirs to keep it? A lot of data centers use gray water, lake water, something of that nature instead of drinking water. Our aquifers, and I just looked up to confirm, the Trinity Aquifer we're on, and it varies by area, is going down 1 to 5 feet a year. They can't be pulling water from there. It's got to be somewhere else. Gray water, cooling ponds, and reserves is the only way that that's going to work. Environmental issues, yes, that needs to be looked at. Environmentalists should be, definite environmental concerns. That one's not my area. The last one, and in my mind the biggest, is the extreme increase of electricity these data centers, and especially the AI data centers, are going to be causing stress on our grid and on my electric bill, as with every other electric bill. We just don't have the power at this point. You got to make sure you know how that power is coming and the extreme effects it will have on the cost of electricity. And abatements won't help that. Okay? And that was really all I wanted to say. I will say one other thing. I can't really say a whole lot about any of the specific items unless I have time to look at a contract before and realize that, oh, yeah, I don't like that at all. So not having that to look at is a total non-starter.
Richard Hayes.
Well, good morning again. I promise this is the last time I'll be here. Actually, I'm sorry, good afternoon. When I worked for a Fortune 100 company, for a couple of years, I managed one of their data centers. And as the company started changing, as IT changed, started putting things in other data centers, I was the person they sent to evaluate those data centers to see if they met the standards that were appropriate for a Fortune 100 company to be there. So I've seen lots of data centers, some of them very, very large data centers. And I can tell you some things in general about data centers. They tend to be quieter than the Bitcoin mine, fortunately, because they put all the IT equipment inside a building, and that contains that noise. But there are two sources of noise outside: your cooling towers and your diesel backup generators. Now, the cooling towers tend to be fairly quiet. Diesel generators tend to be noisy, but don't tend to run a lot. So again, like Mr. Ferris, I don't know the details behind the 65 decibel at the property line limit, if it's all the time or some of the time, but that's something to think about. As you've heard from numerous speakers say, data centers use a lot of power. I mean, a lot of power. And that's why all the companies building data centers are looking at ways of getting power reliably without burdening the grid. Most, if not all of them, are looking at small nuclear power plants to power their data centers in the future. So as we look at something like this coming in, we have to look not just at today, but 10, 20, 30 years down the road and how that may evolve and what may be coming to us. The small nuclear power plants, should they come into being, and they're not in productive use at this time, could be a game changer and relieve all the burden on the grid. Water's another big issue. There's two ways to cool a data center: a wet chiller and a dry chiller. One uses water, one doesn't. A wet chiller uses evaporative cooling. You're familiar with them. They have the water dripping down, and when it gets cold, you see the condensation above them. Because they use evaporation, they use a lot of water. Get a lot of power, get a lot of heat, a lot of water. Dry chillers are like the air conditioners in our houses. They don't use any water. They use zero water to cool, but they cost more, and they tend to be noisier. So you have trade-offs along these things. The data centers can be good for a community in that they don't require a lot of community resources. Once built, there's almost no traffic to a data center. There's very few employees there, which is generally a negative if you're looking to grow your community. But that means they don't burden the school system either. So they don't take a lot of road maintenance. They don't take a lot of sheriff's office work. They don't take a lot of fire department work. and they generate a large tax base, which is useful for reducing the taxes for all the rest of us. But again, it's all trade-offs. And as you look at these things, I don't envy your position, because these are difficult decisions to make and tough trade-offs. And again, like Mr. Ferris has offered, if I can be of any assistance with my experience in the industry, do call upon me. I'm sure we'll both be willing to do whatever we can to assist. Thank you.
Big Harold.
Thank you again. So here's a term that's just come into being fairly recently. It's called hyperscale. A lot of these data centers are now being referred to as hyperscale data centers. The truth of the matter is that a lot of what we're discussing right now is not knowable. And it's not knowable because nobody has any experience with this type of a system, a hyperscale data center. But they're coming to Texas. The first one is truly being built out in this the Stargate project out in Taylor County. Here's what we know: it's supposed to be 5 gigawatts. If they stop there, we don't know. 5 gigawatts in terms of capacity. 5 gigawatts is enough to power a little over 400,000 homes. So just think about that in terms of, so maybe that's 1.6 million people. So this data center is going to suck up that much power. They are bringing their own power. They're bringing 9 gas turbine generators, and they're putting those on site. Those are going to be loud. They're also going to be polluters. But most of these hyperscale centers are bringing their own power because it's necessary in order to somewhat balance the grid. The other thing that we don't know about, and you can't find really any true information online about this, is how much does a data center ultimately utilize in terms of water? There are estimates out there. Texas A&M has estimates, but they don't really know the answer to the question. Some people estimate that these data centers will use 50 million gallons of water per day for cooling purposes. That's the same amount of water that's being utilized by a small city here in Texas. So when you consider the power requirements, the water requirements, you need to begin to think about the impact on Hood County and Hood County's natural resources. The other thing that I would say is that we haven't even started to talk about during this discussion is the infrastructure that is required to support these data centers once they're installed. While we were in Taylor County making our inspection, one of the things that we did notice is that they were bringing 2 natural gas pipelines to the gas turbines that will power the facility. So those are rights of ways, that's eminent domain, buried pipelines that are coming to and from the facility. Encore was out there and they were installing large overhead transmission lines. So all of these data centers require transmission lines. They require, in some cases, gas pipelines. And in all cases, they will require fiber optic cable to be buried in some way, a lot of fiber optic cable to carry the data to and from the facility. So as you talk about these things, make sure that you understand that not only is the impact of the data center confined to the construction itself, but it also extends across the county in the form of gas pipelines, fiber optic cable, overhead transmission lines, all of that comes with it. I appreciate the fact that you are being so considerate about this. I think that there is a real possibility for you to consider the use of the subchapter 231 or chapter 231 subchapter K. I mean, thank God that Lee County has that available to use. And I would actually ask you to really consider maybe using that until we can get a handle on what we are dealing with in terms of this hyperscale data center. Thank you.
Wait a minute. I got one question for you. What are they doing for water in Abilene?
Well, they're getting it from the city, if you can believe that. The city actually annexed the site in order to provide water to the facility. It's amazing to me that they're doing that, but yeah.
Because they're also in a drought, so.
And they're in a drought. It's huge concern because again, here's one of the things. People don't we really do not understand what a hyperscale data center will do in terms of water consumption. Everybody will tell you, hey, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. You know, trust me. Trust me. And you hear that a lot. And I'm going to tell you, the sheriff out there, I think they're well beyond the trust factor, and they're into the raise the eyebrow factor right now. They're worried about all of these things.
Where
Well,
does
the
city
sidebar-
Abilene get its water?
It gets them from a reservoir, well, actually two reservoirs. OHI needs one of the reservoirs. And I can't remember the name of the other reservoir that's there. But certainly it's going to have an impact on Taylor County. The other thing that's interesting about Taylor County is they're building another hyperscale center 7 miles north. And then they're going to build one in Sweetwater. They're going to build another one in Snyder. So Texas is wide open. And this is one of the, I'm sorry to go on, but people are coming to Texas because we do not have the regulation or the structure in place to regulate these hyperscale centers. And because our legislature only meets every 2 years, we're so far behind
our curve in terms of being able to regulate this kind of mess. We're in deep trouble. We need to be very careful about this. Our legislature is just, the way that we structure our legislature is insufficient to regulate this kind of issue as fast as it's moving. Thank you.
John Highsmith.
In addition to the ones that Mr. Harrell mentioned, there's also a large data center being planned in Amarillo.
7 in Medina County.
Hello, I'm John Highsmith again. And first, I'd really like to thank the court for asking for input and opening discussion on data centers. And we have a number of them in Hood County as I speak. And of course, I think many, many people here have a great feeling of unease about these things. I want to give you some statistics here that I think you might find pretty interesting. Because I did some research on this, and there are approximately 5,388 data centers in the U.S. as of October. That's operational, under construction, and planned. And approximately 4,130 are operational at this point. So the highest concentrations are in Virginia, Texas, California, and Illinois. And you should notice that there are some very high tax states in that list, and they have data centers. Thousands more are projected. And so why is it important for the court to know this? Data centers are looking very much like a bubble, in my opinion. And the game for developers is to get into the game, meaning they want to do it now, because they can see as well as anyone else. The future of this thing is kind of uncertain. In fact, the mania for data centers reminds me a lot of the mania for green energy. So remember, when the experts told us climate change was going to put Florida underwater, we were going to burn up in 10 years, and the polar bears were going to go extinct. And now, well, just ask Germany and Spain how green energy worked for them. But now here we are with a new era. Now we have experts telling us if we don't cover the land with data centers, China will take over the world. And there are 41 states with incentives, meaning tax type incentives. 37 specifically legislating sales tax exemptions, and 8 states include property tax abatements. Okay? So wading through all this, it looks to me like the data center industry has played the states masterfully. Still, projects go in without tax abatements, and that's my big point. Because the driver is really how fast they can get the things built, not tax abatements, along with gas availability and cost availability and availability of large tracts of land. And now profitability. This I think you'll find very interesting. My research shows ROI, return on investment, exceeds 50% for most new builds. with payback in 3 to 5 years. That's assuming 90% pre-leasing, which they get. That is earth-shattering to me. No wonder why so many developers are looking at data centers. This should help you understand why so many are beating down your doors. So here are some things we know about data centers, and you've heard all these things, but they're large, hundreds of acres. They need massive amounts of electricity. I mean, unimaginable, really, compared to historical norms. They emit noise. That's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, never a break. Most need large amounts of water. Of course, that's some debate as to exactly what configuration they'll have. They light up the sky for miles around. And the new trend is they have a new power plant attached. Hood County already has 4 gas power plants, 1 being built, and possibly 2 more. They pollute. I might add, all the existing and the plants under construction are in Precinct 2. And I would also add that Hood County will be non-attainment very soon. And then lastly, they swear they need tax abatements to make their projects viable. Hopefully, the information you're gathering will show you that that is just not true at all. And I did not say they might find suckers in another county. So from what I see, a tax abatement that assumes we get our money in later years is just totally foolish. There is a good chance there will not be any later years. I understand the argument that we're going to use tax abatements to get the data centers to do less harm, which sounds a whole lot like extortion to me. But with the Local Government Code 231, Chapter K, it no longer really needs to be this way. And what I would like to also add is I think it's a great idea to have this attorney from Bracewell look at this statute and see what that means. I also like to add, this was carved out for Hood County. And I don't understand why we cannot go back to the legislature and say, look, we need a few more tools here. The penalty needs to be a whole lot more than $1,000 a day. Good grief, these things are billion-dollar operations. We need to up that. We need to have some other tools that we can use. So they've already established a precedent that they see Hood County is a unique area because of the Brazos River. So I think we might have a shot at really enhancing it. So we shouldn't look at it as just a static thing that we say yes or no to at this point in time. We have to look at it as a starting point that we can make work better for us. Thank you.
Amy Flint.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. My name is Amy Flint. I'm a resident of MacArthur Court, so right near Biloxi. My husband and I have lived on our small acreage for 19 years, and we've raised our children there, and we enjoy the quiet and peaceful community. We chose the property specifically for that reason. Last Thursday, I learned of an air quality permit that's being processed for a natural gas power plant proposed on a large ranch approximately 800 yards from our home. I immediately began researching and came across the Wolf Hollow power plant. My heart went out to the residents as I researched and saw articles and interviews with them. Families who, just like us, moved to the country to look for peace and quiet, only to have it disrupted by constant noise, air and light pollution, a diminished quality of life, lower property values, higher energy rates, with no way to fight against it. I realized through further research that the proposed NRG plant could mirror the impacts of Wolf Hollow, with data centers included on the property. This is not the environment I want my children to grow up in, nor an environment I want to be exposed to myself. My son has pre-existing heart issues that have been shown to be exacerbated with the exposure of toxins emitted by these plants. We would be forced to move out of our home of almost 20 years. So what can be done? I urge you to use the tools you have available to you. Do not grant tax abatements to large corporations. I've read in articles on EUCI website regarding another plant, the NRG Bayou plant in Baytown. It stated, completion of these projects is contingent upon timely loan approvals from the PUCT and tax abatements by local authorities. If they truly want to build these plants in Hood County, they should do so without financial incentives. Tax abatements rarely offset the long-term health and environmental costs of the residents. The tax incentives are not worth, in my opinion, the 20 to 30 full-time jobs they claim that will accompany this plant once it's operational. I urge you to learn from past experiences. Require environmental impact studies before approving large-scale industrial developments. Implement comprehensive cumulative air modeling that reflect total emissions across all of Hood County and the existing plants. Adopt county zoning and noise ordinances to protect residents. Also, dig into agenda item 12. Please see how that can help us to fight against these people. I would also request transparency and notice going forward with all activity, including this power plant and data centers. These decisions regarding the power plants and data centers will shape the future of Toller in Hood County. I respectfully ask that you protect our community and make your decision with care and with the community's best interests in mind. Thank you.
Samantha Bozeman.
Hello. I also am a resident of MacArthur Court. Like Amy, I've lived there for 23 years. We purchased our property over 25 years ago. We just learned about all of this and we had no notice. So, you know, there's not a whole lot of information that we're able to provide. But what we are asking, you know, for personal experiences, you know, this is going to affect our home, our children, our livelihood, our property value, our overall well-being and health. We're not in favor of the data centers and the power plant. This is a residential and farming community, not an industrial one. We've lived here, like I said, for 23 years, property owners for 25. Our kids have been raised here. We still are raising our children here. My son is 12, my daughter is 16. This is not something that's suitable for this area. By placing this right across the street from our homes at MacArthur Court, it would be not only detrimental to our health, but would also be disturbing to our way of life as well as the wildlife that is around here. Like many others, they have said that, you know, we enjoy the quiet, the peace. That's why we moved there. That's why we chose that place. We didn't have kids before we moved there, but we chose that because it was peaceful. So, you know, what we're asking is just to have like more information, more time, a hearing possibly where the residents of Toller could come and talk about this more openly and just provide, you know, our point of view and perspective. We've heard a lot about all the things that it could happen and could occur with the resources that we're going to be limited on if this happens, electricity, water, transportation issues, you know, and residents' health. So, you know, with that, not only because we have a river down the road, you know, and this history of the Dinosaur Valley and everything that's around us could be disturbed if this industry is allowed in this area, noise, air, and light pollution all in one. So thank you.
Daniel Lakey, is he still gone? Joshua Worthy.
All right, well, good afternoon. Joshua Worthy. I'm the business manager for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, representing the employees out at Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant. I'm also on the board of directors for the North Texas Workforce Development Board. Serve on a lot of different committees, a lot of different things around the state. Nuclear power plant operator by trade. represent a large number of people who build power lines. They also sometimes assist in building data centers and stuff like that. One of the big things is, you know, I am a resident of Precinct 4. Moved to Granbury about 9 years ago. We moved here seeking, you know, economics, seeking a job, seeking a ability to have a good job that paid the bills. One of the big things that I look at when I look at Hood County is outside of the nuclear power plant and a couple of small employers here and there, there's not a lot of good jobs. And one of the big facts is we have to, as a committee or as a community, understand how do we ensure that we have jobs for the next generation that live here in Hood County going forward. You know, when we look at our schools, that's a massive amount of investment that we as a county put into our kids. We want to make sure that those kids have some kind of ability to use those skills and the training and that investment that we've put into them here in Hood County, instead of it all being offshore to Fort Worth, Dallas, and everywhere else. Recently had an opportunity to sit and listen to Governor Abbott as well as prior Governor Rick Perry talk about the concept of building data centers and the advanced nuclear that's coming to our state. And one of the major factors they brought up is they view this as a national security risk, that it is absolutely vital to the, you know, future of our country, not just our local community, but our country. I will say I agree with most of everything that I've heard from everybody in this room so far today. I believe that development must be taken, development must be done, but it must be done within appropriate regulation, within appropriate policy. Unfortunately, as we've also heard, there's a lot of the public policy that exists currently doesn't give you guys a lot of strength, a lot of power to control what these folks do. What does give you that ability is any kind of rules and restrictions you do place on any abatements. I've heard a lot of people talk about, you know, fighting the corporate oligarchs, putting those types of folks down. You know, jokingly, I would say Bernie Sanders would love to hear that, which is interesting in this room, honestly. You know, it's not about politics. It's not about red versus blue. It's not about any of those types of things. It's about how do we develop our community, our local workforce, and make sure it serves everybody. One of the major factors that affects the property values here in Hood County is we have lots of people that move to Hood County. We're not stopping people moving into Hood County. Most of the people moving in, they're retirees. We have a large retiree community. That's not a workforce. Our workforce is over there at Granbury ISD, getting ready to come out one day with the possibility of looking for good jobs. Yes, when these data centers are starting construction, you're going to be looking at 2,000 to 3,000 people potentially out there for 3 to 5 years. It's going to be big projects, lots of people, massive impact in other ways that people don't even think about. You go over even to your hospital district and you say, what's going to be the impact on our local hospital? Bringing in 2 to 3 extra 1,000 people. What's going to be the impact to our schools? What's going to be the impact to our water systems? What's going to be the impact to just traffic, everything else? You know, it's important that I think, you know, when we look at this project and we look at projects similar to this that are going on in our local community, we understand that it does affect our entire county. While these people may be drastically working in one spot, they may be living and commuting from other areas within the county, doing business in other areas of the county. When we talk about why they place these things where they are, it's because you have the trifecta. You have large, cheap land, you have the transmission power lines, and you have water. When we talk about building transmission power lines across the United States, the average is 12 to 18 years to build one. When these data centers want to build something tomorrow, they're going to build it right next to where the power lines already exist, right next to where the power plants already exist. And the other thing when we talk about the power plants, the unfortunate part is when we look at building new power plants in the state of Texas, the way our system is structured, somebody's got to pay for it. Right now, those data centers are the ones that are paying for all of these new power plants to be built. That does have an impact on us as citizens overall, even outside of this. We understand that power pricing is high. So I'm out of time, but.
Just make one comment. You said 2,000 to 3,000. What they told us out in Abilene was that there were 7,000. And when you talk about at one time, but when you talk about the whole day in a shift, there's 7,000 during the day and 3,000 at night. So that's more like 10,000. I don't know about the scale of Stargate versus what was proposed in down by Comanche Peak, but
It generally on those projects, it depends on what phase they are in the project. There will be short periods of time where they will have a lot more people working. It just depends. That's why when we talk about, brother brought up the whole concept of hyperscalers. There's a lot of it is still up, in the air. I will agree. There's a lot of stuff that people don't exactly know what's going to happen because it's new. I think it's important that we make sure to not just outrightly push against it because, our state laws being as they are, we don't have a lot of strength to be able to tell somebody how they develop their own property. That is one of the laws that's very paramount to the state of Texas. But as a court, through the abatements and everything else, you guys do have the ability to put some restrictions on them as to how they do things. Whenever we look at, like I said, talking about hospital districts, if you have some kind of requirement that they at least provide certain minimum health care for their employees that are working the construction sites, guess what? You've now protected the hospital district.
So that's the deal. If it's not illegal, they can still build these data centers without any abatements.
100%.
They can come up here and build them, and then we have no way of controlling them whatsoever. That's the bad deal. That's the balance.
The abatements give us teeth.
Thank you. Shannon Newton.
I'm a 24-year-plus resident of Toller. My home is about 2 miles from the Sidebar Ranch. I have some things that I wrote to talk about, but pretty much everything's been talked about at this point. But I think, and so I'm not going to beat a dead horse here again with reviewing all the things that we already know about the risk with air pollution and water pollution and noise pollution. And, I think these people look for places that are going to hopefully let them waltz in here and do what they want to do, places that for whatever reason we don't have the restrictions in place or we don't have ordinances that prevent certain things or and as I've learned here, just part of that may be due to state of Texas, things that are in place. But I do know that there are a lot of them out there looking for lots of places to go and that we're not the only place they're looking at. And I feel like after hearing agenda item number 12 and what Commissioner Eagle was talking about, pointing out ways for this court to control things as far as the roads and different things like that, that I think the option of how to, because in my opinion, nobody wants this here, that's here talking, obviously. I don't think it's a benefit to our community at all. I think it only holds dangers with all the possible risks that are there for our family and for our future and for the environment and the wildlife and all of that, that I think the approach here, because the TCEQ, if they get all their permits in place, they're not going to be the ones that stop this. It's going to be the court here. And I feel like that the biggest weapon that I would ask for y'all to use is to make it incredibly difficult for them to do this. And I think that is where you put in strict, restrictions as far as how the roads need to be built and how all of the infrastructure around that that were mentioned in item number 12 can prevent them and not make it easy for them. That they have to put out a lot more money. We're not going to give, not give them tax abatements, not, give them any help at all, and then also just make it very hard and financially harder for them to build it here than it would be for them anywhere else. And I feel like that's y'all's strongest weapon against them, if you can't just tell them no. Because I do not see any benefit in having any of that here. Like I said, I have a 2-page document here, but I'm not going to bore you with all the details because all has been said at this point. But I just would ask that y'all really consider everything that you've heard here today, and the fact that none of us want it here, none of us want it in our community, and we want to stay the community that we are and continue to build on that, because we do have a really great thing here, and we don't need to damage it. And so I think we need to figure out the way to discourage them by putting lots of roadblocks in their way that we can do legally, and discourage them from coming. So that's all. Thank you.
Jim Bell.
Thank you for your time again. These data centers, they're popping up like weeds. But this should not be a repeat of the disastrous situation that began with Bitcoin, now Marathon. Marathon is operated on the cheap. They do not look honest, and they refuse to communicate with residents and the commissioner for that precinct. They're also expanding. According to an aerial photograph taken in September, they now have 277 containers over there, and the noise is not decreasing at all. It is increasing. They have retained the Hyde law firm, but that is not the firm they're using for litigation. That isn't who filed the lawsuit against y'all. They retained the Hyde law firm because they own the Hood County News. And the Hood County News is not accepting negative comments about the Bitcoin situation, and now we're looking at more data centers possibly coming up here, and they're bigger corporations. We should be very careful about what we allow, because they're gonna look for some serious loopholes to just slide through and do things the way they want. Marathon didn't accept any communication from either the citizens or the commissioner for that precinct. It's very clear that their mindset is for this community to just go pound sand. We cannot accept, nor should we allow this to be repeated by companies like Amazon. Now, I've been told that the data mining facility in Abilene is quiet, but I have sources that say that the people who live in the immediate vicinity of the Abilene data mining plant they're saying that they're traumatized by the effects of this plant in their community, and they really don't know why. We've talked about infrasound and ultra-low frequency sound before, and the negative effects on human health, which Dr. Mariana Alves Pereira has identified as what she calls vibroacoustic disease. We had someone up here named Jenna Hornbuckle talk about heart problems. She doesn't live in the immediate vicinity of the Bitcoin plant at all. She lives south of that. She lives closer to Glen Rose. And she's just one example. But I'm certain that Amazon is looking for the cheapest avenue to get in here, and they're not the only ones, to set up a mining operation. If you give them tax breaks or tax abatements, we need to be very careful about what language we put in that to make sure that they can't snake through the brush and do what they want. For example, let's say you propose a tax break until they're finished with their construction. They'll simply continue with more light construction projects to avoid the expiration of that clause in the contract. I think you get my point. Simply put, I don't think they can be trusted any further than a gambler who would welch on a bet. And I don't think they're alone in this. I don't see any evidence that any of these other corporations bringing in these data mining facilities are going to operate honestly and honorably. Here's a thought. I have a great respect for this commission and everybody who sits on it. So please don't take this the wrong way. But instead of the 5 who sit on this commission making this decision for our community, how about placing this situation on a ballot and let the voters decide?
Brett Nebus.
Good afternoon, y'all. I was born in Dallas. I call Athens, Texas, my hometown. I served in the submarine force for 11 and a half years, and I was getting ready to get out. I wanted to get back to small town Texas, and Glen Rose, the Comanche Peak, was the closest I could get to the job I did in the Navy. So text some friends, and well, here I am. We live about a mile and a half south as the crow flies of the Bitcoin facility in Wolf Hollow. You know, we hear it. There's these cold, dense mornings. You know, we hear it. I used to think it was Ingram, the rock plant, but the noise persists even though they're winding down. You know, other counties do have this, a quick search. Other counties do have that subsection kilo of 231, and they do have some other pieces in there that allow those counties a little bit more control over parcels. And Cameron and Willacy, I think that was covered Padre, but obviously a very different than where we're at. You know, I think one of the biggest things that I've seen, unfortunately, especially in the last month, as this school board battle rages on, is there's a lot of information, some based in truth, some not, that gets shared a lot. You just see a social media blitz of all this information, and it's very hard to discern, you know, what's true and what's not true. Sometimes even when the truth is posted right below the untruth, or what's not based entirely in fact. And so I think that if there's one takeaway from what I want to say here, it's that I think that we need to have an information campaign. I do think that there is a lot of opinions about data centers, and we've talked about a lot of the design and construction of data centers up here by some people in the industry and what some people have read. But to my knowledge, there's 3 different data centers going in kind of my general area, right? We've got one north of Glen Rose, just south of Comanche Peak, the one in Toller, which I think that a lot of people are incensed about, and I think that they should be. And then the one that is going to be attaching to Comanche Peak, you know, potentially here in the next few years. You know, the Project Stargate thing in Abilene, that is a nightmare from the construction side. And 144, I hate driving 144 from Granbury to Glen Rose, and I do that a lot. You know, I do think that an abatement is called for. I do think that the court would need to publicly, you know, advertise the conditions of that abatement. You know, with that said, I do think that Marathon did take advantage of the lack of knowledge and research that exists around this evolving industry right now. You know, as far as the water goes, you know, we've talked about open loop, closed loop, right? Some of them have their own wastewater facilities where cities will literally pump the wastewater to them. They'll clean it up as clean as they need it, and then they'll use it for their cooling. You know, the data center in Abilene, to my knowledge, it just has an 8-inch supply line that was built by them and turned over to the city through annexation. And once it's full, I believe it used 1 million gallons to fill their closed loop system. It should only use what's lost via evaporation or leaks. As far as the employees go, you know, depending on the size of the data center, we're talking about a few hundred employees. But in the end, you are talking about some relatively skilled labor in that technology industry that right now is ever growing. Whether it's a bubble or not, technology is always going to be evolving and changing, and the ability to apply the things that our kids learn in school to their lives when they become adults is important. You know, my wife scoffs at the fact that our kids might be learning on tablets, and you know, it's like, well, we are where we are. You know, the current agreement for that the data center is 1,200 megawatts. So they'd be taking 1 unit of Comanche Peak's power. The current grid reserves right now, granted it's a cool day, are about 12,000 megawatts. That'd be about 1/10 of what's on the grid right now. Texas power grid is strained. We are building more plants. Hopefully we can get more nuclear. I'm a little biased there, I will 100% admit. But, you know, I do agree. I moved to Hood County to live a relatively quiet and rural life in small town Texas, where as my kids grow up, they're 0, 2, and 4. You know, I'll get to know a lot more people and be a lot more involved. So thank you all for your time.
Tina Brown? I think she's left.
Can I switch out with her? May I have 2 minutes?
What did you say?
May I have 2 minutes?
You didn't fill out a,
No, sir. We're both new to this system, so I did not fill out a form.
might as well. What's another 5 minutes? Come on up.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Richard Conde. I'm a neighbor to Brad's in the Biloxi Valley. I think there's 3 things we're talking about here today. Number 1 is the power plant that's being proposed in Biloxi or in Toller that obviously everybody does not want in their backyard. Number 2 is data centers in general. And number 3 is the Mitchell Bend situation. So I think Mitchell Bend situation shows you guys how the community reacts to these kinds of things. And you need to use that going forward. And then the data centers, I don't think anybody's opposed to data centers. I think what everybody here is opposed to is where they want to put them. Industrial projects belong in industrial areas, not in our farmland in our residential areas. Item number 12 allows you, as I understood it, to designate zones, just like a city could, just like a strip club wouldn't be allowed in a residential neighborhood. I don't think you should allow these kinds of industrial developments in our farmlands, in our local communities, without the local community accepting that. As you represent the local communities, you should represent the local people that voted for you, and you should ask them if they want these things in their backyard. So please consider using the Section 12 that we discussed earlier as a way of zoning the county to not allow these projects in our farmland, our local areas, and designate industrial areas where these things can happen under proper control and supervision. Thank you.
All right, that's all the speakers. Guess there's any action to be taken. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted on this,
Okay.
was to let people talk.
Item number 15, discuss and take appropriate action to approve reimbursement to Toller Volunteer Fire Department and Granbury Volunteer Fire Department for costs associated with the Chalk Mountain Fire in 2022. Ms. Margaret Campbell.
Judge, Commissioners. What we're asking for today is for you guys to approve the reimbursement for Toller Volunteer Fire Department. These are costs that were claimed by their mutual aid response during Chalk Mountain. I know it's been a while, FMAG's moved slow at the state and federal level, but we finally got the acceptance letter back earlier, I think it was last month, and their portion is $10,008.77. Now, the Treasurer's Office put it in our large FEMA recovery account, so as long as the auditor is okay with it, that's where I would recommend pulling the funds from to reimburse them.
Yeah,
this is just like what we did during the Big L, I think, a couple courts ago.
Right, yeah, this money comes to us, and then it's, we disperse it to the fire departments to recover their costs.
Correct, yeah, they can't apply for a reimbursement on their own. The county has to apply on their behalf, which is why we got the funds.
And what was that dollar amount again?
$10,008.77.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the reimbursement to Toller VFD in the amount of $10,008.77 for costs associated with the Chalk Mountain Fire in 2022.
Motion made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the reimbursement to Total Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $10,008.77 associated with the Chalk Mountain Fire.
And that's from.
Have another one for Granbury?
No, sir. I made a mistake on the agenda item and I listed both of them. We've not gotten the reimbursement for Granbury back
Okay,
yet.
so that's the
this
only
is
one.
just Toller
And
today.
it's from Fund 101.
Hold on, I
That's
can
what you
find
had
out.
in the email. 101.
Where
Yes, it's Fund 101.
Yeah, where it was deposited. Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Oh, we need to vote.
Oh, all those in favor with, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nobody was going to vote against that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 16, discuss and clarify county emergency services will not change based on the outcome of the incorporation election. I'm assuming the Mitchell-Ben incorporation?
Yes, so there's, it may all be cleared up now because I know that there's been some questions that Sheriff Deeds has answered, but just when I put this on the agenda, there were still a lot of questions. And this had to do with the Sheriff Department, the Volunteer Fire Department, and EMS. And there were some statements made that if the incorporation was voted to happen, that those citizens would be required to pay additional fees for the Sheriff Department, the EMS, and the Fire Department. So the only fee that I'm aware of, and this is, if someone wants to correct me if this isn't true, but from what I understand, the Sheriff's Department is still going to serve the incorporated area of Mitchell Bend if it is voted with at no addition. I mean, they're county taxpayers still, so they're still paying county taxes. The EMS contract is already in place to serve all of Hood County, except for the Pecan Plantation, so that's not changing. And the volunteer fire departments are separate entities that are volunteer 501c3s or 4s, so they have their established districts, and that's not changing either. So the only thing that could be an additional expense, which is voluntary, is animal control, which a like size city is the city of Stockton Bend, and they pay, we just had that on the agenda last court, they pay $400 a year for animal control if they want the Sheriff's Department, animal control department to come out and for animals that have rabid animals or just whatever other services that the animal control provides, but that is again voluntary. So is that accurate? Okay, that's accurate, and I just wanted to clarify that, and that's all for that agenda item.
Good. That brings us to the consent agenda. Does any commissioner wish to modify, pull anything, or approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent.
Okay, Commissioner Eagle has made a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I hear a second? Second by Commissioner Andrews. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Okay. Do you have anything here? Oh, we got road ops today. Come on up here, Mr. Tuggle. Okay, road ops. Discuss and take appropriate action to purchase two 2026 3,500 Silverado trucks from Caldwell County Chevrolet through the buy board contract for a total cost of $145,950. You need those trucks.
Yes, sir. Judge, Commissioners, I'd touched on this request during the budget workshops in June, as well as prior to y'all accepting in September. So these are, it's the same deal. The money hadn't changed. Quote's still just like it was when I presented it.
Well, good. Do I hear a motion?
I move to, yeah.
Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the action to purchase two 2026 3,500 Silverado trucks from Caldwell County Chevrolet through the buy board contract 724-23 for the total amount of $145,950 from Fund 55.
Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to purchase the two 3,500 Silverado trucks from Caldwell County, amount of $145,950, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion. Then what else you've got?
Be two dump trucks, 2026 dump trucks, same deal. Same thing I presented.
And no changes? They didn't go up on you?
These actually did go up a little. And it was mainly because of the dump beds, the steel in the dump beds. But they did actually go up about $2,800, a little over $2,800 per truck.
Okay, so that's because of the steel, okay?
That still fits within our capital fund, okay.
Yeah.
And I move to approve the purchase of two 2026 international dump trucks from Southwest International through buy board contract 723-23 for a total cost of $238,478.56 from Fund 55.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to purchase two international dump trucks from Southwest International for a total cost of $238,478.56, second by Mr. Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Now we have Mr. Clint Head in Development. Set public hearings for the replat of Day Cordova Hills Phase 1.
December 9th.
What?
December 9th.
December 9th. Okay, do I hear a motion?
Public hearing for the replat of Day Cordova Hills Phase 1, lots 27R-1 and 27R2 for December 9th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to set a public hearing for December 9th, 2026 for a public hearing of Day Cordova Hills Phase 1, lots 27R1 and 27R2, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Number 2, receive update on the status of the National Flood Insurance Program and how it affects Hood County.
It looks like everybody left before they got to the really important stuff. Just some background. The flood insurance program was established under the National Flood Insurance Act 1968. It's a federal program to provide communities with property owners for federally backed flood insurance for owners and renters, access to various federal loans and grant programs, and disaster assistance. The Act of 1973 mandates that a lender must require property owners in the floodplain with a federally backed mortgage to purchase mandatory flood insurance, which is any bank mortgage unless you're independently wealthy and write it out of your own check. Well, let's just get to the bones of it. I checked this morning, we're still lapsed. What that means is they're saying that they can pay out any kind of claims, so pray these rains aren't bad, until funds are no longer available. They are not writing any new policies, so if you know somebody's building a house and there's a chance they're going to require flood insurance, and with the new risk rating 2.0, that could mean somebody outside the floodplain also. You have the option to go to a private insurance company. That would be at extremely higher rates, and a private insurance company's got the right to deny you that insurance. So what's that mean? It means if you have a mortgage, your house is already built, your insurance lapses or whatever have you, and you can't get another policy, that mortgage company is going to call your mortgage due because it's the law. So
This is due to the,
There.
yeah, this is due to the federal
it's
shutdown.
huge. And my question was, when they first notified me, for some reason they waited a month to tell me it lapsed, was I still got to enforce the floodplain regulations. Because communities, counties, cities, every community has to have a floodplain administrator. They have to enforce floodplain regulations to be a part of the NFIP to be able to get flood insurance, so you can have federally backed mortgages. It's a big complex thing, so they got us by a short string making us enforce floodplain regulations because they're going to insure these properties, which is required by law to be, if they're mortgaged, but they don't want to pay more than once, trying to protect their investment. So the threat is the first time you get, like everybody in the county gets a $50 surcharge on their insurance if you don't enforce the regulations. The second offense, you get kicked out of the NFIP and all mortgages are called due. So they kind of got us to where we have to enforce them. Well, my question was, if it's lapsed, do I still have to enforce them? Because technically everybody's kicked out, but they said yes.
Well, I mean, they anticipate this being a temporary situation during the shutdown, correct?
I'm not in Washington.
But it will be funded once the government reopens.
Hopefully. Either that or they better rewrite some laws.
Timothy Mellon could send us some money, right?
We did post this on the Hood County website under the announcements. So it's out there too, but
well,
I just thought it'd be a
people
good
need to be
idea
cautious if they're going to buy a house or build a house right now. As long as this is lapsed, it could be very expensive.
Good to know. Thank you. Item C, receive update on the construction plans for Orchard 16A and Orchard 16B.
This is just ministerial to follow the regulations that the reviewing engineer and development has approved the construction plans for Orchard 16A and 16B in Precinct 2. You need There's no action. No action.
Oh, you
just
did
letting you know,
update.
because it
Okay.
says I have to let you know.
All right, D, discuss and consider approving the final plats of Orchard 16A and Orchard 16B and accepting the developer's agreement for Orchard 16A and 16B.
All right. The preliminary plats for Orchard 16A and Orchard 16B were approved at the August 12th Commissioners Court. These plats were located in undeveloped orchards of pecan plantation in the Water Quality District of Precinct 2. These subdivisions are part of the James W. Moore Survey, abstract number 344 in Hood County. These proposed lots will be served by AMUD water and AMUD sewer. The final plat of Orchard 16A is proposing to construct 1,450 linear feet of 6-inch concrete private streets. It proposes to create 31 lots, with the smallest lot being a half acre, and there was one reserve area tract for detention. Final plat of Orchard 16B is proposing to construct 1,744 linear feet of 6-inch concrete private streets. Proposes to create 40 lots, the smallest being 0.15 of an acre that's restricted to be for an AMUD lift station, and one reserve area lot for drainage and utilities. Staff has reviewed the final plats and all comments have been addressed. Staff recommends accepting the developer's agreement and approval of the final plats as presented.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Move that we approve the final plat of Orchard 16A and Orchard 16B and accepting the developer's agreement for Orchard 16A and 16B.
Motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to approve the final plats of Orchard 16A and 16B and to accept the development's agreement for Orchard 16A and 16B, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Brings us to the financial, Ms. Stephanie Matlock.
Good afternoon. Let's see, please consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of October 3rd, 2025 through October 16th, 2025. Discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for October 28, 2025 Commissioners Court, old budget, $208,455.85. New budget, $1,238,439.47. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
I hear a motion.
Yeah, I'm going to make that motion, but a big part of that, just for note, a big part of the new budget expenditures of 1.2 million and some change, excuse me, is all the subsidies going to all the volunteer fire departments, right?
There are a couple we're still waiting on things for, but the majority, yes, sir.
So I misspoke when I said all, most of them. And the other ones will come in next time.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to Pay the bills. Old budget, 208,455.85. New budget, 1,238,439.47.
Pay the bills in those stated amounts, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. That's all you got, isn't it? That's it. Thank you. And at 1:15, we are adjourned. There's something here. There's a couple of things in there.